हो गया जयसवाल हो गया लाइट Yes. Let's start. Yes.
Good morning to our esteemed alumni. CEO's office, CS Person, Executive Board, Organizing Committees, and dear members. I am Prayag Patil, the single point of contact for Mumbai Youth Assembly, Citizen School. And it gives me immense joy to welcome each and every one of you. We are honored to have you join us for this inspiring edition of Mumbai Youth Assembly. A platform built on the foundation of youth leadership, collaboration, and real impact. This is reception and why I continue to serve as a space where young minds come together to witness creativity, structured dialogue, and innovation. Over the years, he has invited various meaningful projects, aligned global causes. I ask all the members to take their places and all the OC members too. In this session, we continue to focus on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals with an emphasis on quality education, gender equality, climate action, and no party. I request all members to take their seats, please. OC members, please guide them towards their seat. Everybody, please be seated. Yeah. In this session, we continue to focus on United Nations Sustainable Development Goals with an emphasis on quality education, gender equality, climate change, and no party. Now, this year, we are joined by passionate individuals ready to ideate, debate, and lead with purpose. I'm confident that the conversations today will lay the groundwork for real change. Now, we come towards the conduct and the rules of the assembly. To ensure smooth functioning of the assembly, please take note of the following. All mobile phones must remain on silent throughout. Kindly raise your placard properly to be recognized. If you wish to raise a motion or speak, begin by addressing the chair with respected chair. Crosstalks and side conversations are discouraged. Each member will be added to an OC group for essential updates. Speak only once the chair acknowledges your request. We acknowledge active participation from everyone. You are free to speak in English, Hindi, and Marathi. And now, I invite Mr. Kushagra Srivastava, President of Street Cause, to officially declare the House open.
A very good morning to one and all present here. I, Kushagra, the current president of Street Cause Mumbai, am delighted and immensely proud standing here today, seeing the spirit of nothing but the best come alive in this room. Mumbai Youth Assembly has always been a symbol of passion, action, and relentless energy, just like our city. The spirit of Mumbai is what drives street called Mumbai. Fast, dynamic, bold, and always pushing the boundaries of what's possible. Today, I would like to take a moment to tell you what we, as Street Calls Mumbai, have achieved in our current tenure 2024 to 2025. We have raised over 1 lakh 14,000 rupees through commitment sheets and fundraisers as a testament for Mumbai's unbeatable spirit. We have executed 11 plus projects in just 10 months, spending over 65,000 rupees and impacting over 1,300 plus lives. We have opened new leadership opportunities across divisions and units to build a pipeline of dynamic young leaders from Mumbai itself. We are working towards achieving a total spend of 1 lakh plus before the end of our tenure. Now, Mumbai is not just a city, it's an emotion. And at Street Calls Mumbai, we have channelized that emotion into real action, real impact, and real change. A few broader insights from Street Calls India are as follows. Street Calls is now active across 8 cities, including Mumbai, Chennai, Bangalore, Delhi, Pune, Kochi, Vizag, and Kolkata. Mumbai is proud to be executing the second season of MYA, growing stronger and more revolutionary with each season. Streetco's India operations are now completely tech-driven via donate.sc, making us faster and more transparent than ever before. And now, it gives me immense pride to introduce the revolutionary chairperson of MY Season 2, Ojas and Navya, as the chairperson execution. Ojas and Navya, along with the MY2 organizing committee, have brought forth a fresh wave of energy, ideas, and excellence to this assembly. Your hard work, creativity, and passion have been truly inspirational. Thank you for setting such high standards. Wishing all the members and the organizing committee the very best. And with that, I now declare the assembly officially open.
Now I request everybody to stand up for the national anthem.
भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जगति तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
भारत माता की
जय.
Now, I take the privilege of inviting Mr. Ojas Surana and Navya Dange, the chairpersons of Mumbai Youth Assembly Season 2. Wishing all the members a meaningful and successful session ahead. Let's make this session remarkable. Have a great day.
Hello everyone, respected members, OC members, and everyone present here in assembly. So let's start our first agenda. The first agenda will be quality education. Any opening speeches on the floor? Any opening speeches on the floor for the agenda quality education? Yes, member to my right. I request OC members to take the mics and distribute.
Hello. Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Good morning, everyone. We must understand that education is a right and not a privilege. And so, everyone deserves it equally, irrespective of age, gender, etc. In a city like Mumbai, education can gap the bridge between dreams and reality. The time is now that we act because every lost opportunity is a loss to the India's growth.
Any more speeches on the floor? Yes, member Singh.
Respected Chair, thank you for acknowledging me. Esteemed Chair, quality education means every child should not just go to school, but learn, grow, and succeed. Yet, in India, millions of slum children lack access to digital tools, lights, or even space to study. Education becomes a privilege instead of a right. If we want to break this cycle of poverty, we must light up both homes and hopes with a real education access. Thank you.
We'll take one more opening speech. Yes, member to my left.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. A very pleasant morning to all the judges and fellow assembly members. We speak a lot about quality education, but let's ask ourselves, what does quality actually mean for the child in a government school in Dharavi or for a tribal girl in Odisha? It's not about getting her into a classroom, it's also about what happens inside the classroom. Let's face the reality. India has made progress in enrollment, no doubt. But many reports show that even today, a fifth grader in a rural school struggles to read a second grade text. The Right to Education Act promised free and compulsory education, but not necessarily effective education. That's the gap that we need to close. Thank you so much.
You can take a seat. Now, any motions on the floor? Any motions on the floor for agenda quality education? Yes, member to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, I propose the idea of installing modern technologies in BNC schools. As you have seen, many government schools do not have basic resources as fans and benches as well some. So, I propose the idea of installing digital boards and every required resources that makes their learning journey comfortable. Thank you.
Any points in support of this motion? Any points in contradiction? Yes, member at extreme back.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I would like to say that why do we support the BMC schools? They already have their own funds. They are backed by the government. Why not get to schools or to places that they are not backed by any government authority or any other authority for the matter?
Member, would you like to address?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, my contradiction to that would be that no matter BHC is backed by the government funds, but the thing that government doesn't notice where the funds are being used, and even if they are used appropriately or not. Whereas if you talk about private institutions and as well, they have funds and they do think that it's a privilege to for the children to study in their school. That's why they use their funds more appropriately. Thank you.
The member at the back, would you like to counter?
Yeah, I'd like to.
I open the floor for debate.
So I'd like to say that allocation of resources is not our job. It is their job. They give their money, whatever they are responsible for the actions they take. So I don't think we are responsible for their resource allocation.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My point would be here, okay, If we are giving fund as an NGO, we are supporting the school. It is our right to keep keep to monitor them that where are the funds that we donated are being used. That is it. I don't know.
Okay. I want you both to conclude your points in one sentence.
Okay, so my point here was that no matter how much government funds the BMC schools, they are not being used appropriately, and it is our duty as a donator to monitor if the funds that we've given to the authority are being used in a proper manner or not.
I'd like to conclude by saying that why not give it to people who genuinely need it and not the government backed people?
You both can take your seats. Any new motions on the floor? Yes, number representative.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I would like to raise the motion to set up a textbook library with current year textbooks of SSC or HSC boards in some areas where students cannot afford the book, so they can read it and return it. Thank you.
Any points in support of this motion? Yes, madam.
Thank you for acknowledging me. I would not want to support but add on to the same point that we could gather textbooks like recycling and upcycling. Gather textbooks from students like college going students or notes from college going students who are actually not using them. Suppose for my example, I don't use my notes, I just throw it away or give it to somebody who actually needs it. So why not collect it from them and then give it to people who actually need it?
Any more points in support? Yes, Arthur.
थैंक यू फॉर अक्नॉलेजिंग मी चेयर्स तो बेसिकली जब जब बुक्स की बात आती है तो अपन एडिशनली वहाँ पे लैपटॉप्स और कंप्यूटर्स भी जा सकते हैं, बस वहाँ पे नंबर ऑफ बुक्स का जो काउंट होता है बहुत ज़्यादा होता है, राइट? तो अपन बुक्स के साथ साथ अगर अपन उनके अंदर एक एक क्यूआर कोड या फिर एक जीपीएस काइंड ऑफ थिंग एनीथिंग टेक्नोलॉजी से रिलेटेड अगर अपन वहाँ पे इंस्टॉल करते हैं इनफैक्ट कंप्यूटर के अंदर या लैपटॉप के अंदर, तो जो स्टूडेंट्स होंगे या जो भी पढ़ने वाला इंसान होगा तो बुक्स को क्विकली और बहुत कम टाइम के अंदर ट्रेस कर पाएगा.
Any more points in support? Yes.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chairs. In support with that, I would like to add that we can set up mobile digital centers as well, which can be rotating, wherein for the devices we can use refurbished laptops and tablets that have been donated by the people, and these can be rotated between, let's say, 2 or 3 schools in particular, giving them each time on a weekly basis, or that's it.
Any more points in support of the motion? Okay. Any points in contradiction? Yes, member at back.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. I completely agree that libraries should be made available. Some online things like laptop, phones should be made available. But before all this, we need to know that for the students to use this, they should first know how to read. Before that, before actually knowing if a particular student can actually read or write, what is the use of giving access to all these resources? So our priority should be first making them knowledgeable on how to study, read, write, and then provide all these resources.
Thank you. You can take a seat. Any more points in contradiction? Yes, to my right.
As we know that online there are already PDF books available. So what is the requirement for such things to be in or offline mode?
The member who raised this motion, would you like to answer it?
Thank you for acknowledging me. So basically, as you said, that PDFs are available, but in slum areas, not everyone has the tablets or phones to access it. Hence, we need libraries.
Would you like to answer it back?
What about the cost of setting?
you forgot to.
Sorry. Thank you for acknowledging
You
me,
can take
Chair.
a seat. Any more points in contradiction of the motion raised? In support? Okay. Any new motions on the floor? You have to raise your hand. Yes, 100%.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Well, myself is Soumya Naidu. When we talk about quality education, we always speak about installing projectors in schools, or installing computers, or make them teach artificial intelligence and all. But we are missing the fundamental block of quality education, and that is moral, ethics, civic sense, sex education, basic civic sense, civil society, approach to animal cruelty and all. So my step is that we should, in each schools, both BMCs and modern schools today, do not teach, what we say as values to the students. As we have PT period, yoga period, dance period, similarly we should conduct a period for students to understand the basic things and rules and regulations of the society, so we can create better society. And also the students of young age are highly influential. Like they are young minds, they can be influenced in a wrong way. So we don't want to influence them in a wrong way. So we should do the needful to they go on the right path. So that's my point.
Any points in support of this motion? Yes, number 7. You can take your seat.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. In addition, I would like to say that we cannot conduct a specific lecture like PT or something. Instead, we can do workshops. Like we can go to different schools and we can do a workshop where we teach them the values practically, or we show them like how the things are done. Thank you.
Any more points in support? Yes, number to my left.
Thank you. Thank you for the recognition, Chair. I would like to add that the motion race is definitely very good. To this, workshops like basic, let's say sewing or basic cooking, this should be taught to every girl and boy. So these can be included. Secondly, education about menstrual health is commonly given only to girls, whereas it should also be known to the males as well. So while giving education in schools, both the genders should be included. Sex education about even that should be made available broadly, because this is not done even in modern schools. So these two things, workshops and the education. Thank you.
Any more points in support of the motion? Any points in contradiction of the motion? Yes, number 2 madam.
थैंक यू फॉर एक्नॉलेजिंग मी चेयर्स। तो बेसिकली जैसे कि मेरे फेलो मेंबर ने बोला कि हम वाइड रेंज के लिए अपन एक सिंगल वर्कशॉप्स करते थे। तो बड़ी फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल एक क्लास के अंदर ना टीचर स्टूडेंट्स का कनेक्ट होता है, ना स्टूडेंट टीचर्स के साथ। वो बेसिक सिखाएगा, राइट? तो अब और अपन को जेन्युइनली उनको कुछ सिखाना है और जेन्युइनली अपन उनको टाइम देके कुछ उनके अंदर डेवलप करना चाहते हैं, तो आई थिंक इट विल टेक टाइम। तो माय सपोर्ट विल बी जस्ट लाइक अपन लीडर्स को ज्यादा बढ़ा सकते हैं, जस्ट लाइक अपन लीडर्स को कलेक्ट करके लीडर्स का एक ग्रुप बना के उनको अपन वाइड रेंज के अंदर डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हैं, राइट? या
Any more points in support? In support of the motion, please. Yes, number to my left.
Hello, thank you for acknowledging the chair. I agree with the point of my fellow student, and it is very right कि हम ना एक आधी बार अगर होता है वर्कशॉप तो उसमें कुछ लर्न नहीं कर पाते हैं, और हम लर्न करते भी है तो वो 1-2 दिन से ज्यादा नहीं चल पाता है। तो इसीलिए हम ऐसा कर सकते हैं कि हम एवरी सैटरडे या एवरी एक स्पेसिफिक डे को रख के लीडर्स बना के और हम उनपे ये सब क्लासेस कर सकते हैं। मोर ओवर हम हमारे मतलब एंशिएंट टेक्स्ट से जो बोल सकते हैं ना मोरल वैल्यूज, और फिर बाकी ये सब जो टेक्स्ट है वो भी इंक्लूड कर सकते हैं, ताकि इससे हमारा कल्चर और ट्रेडिशन भी बना रहे। थैंक यू।
Any more points in support of the motion? Any points in contradiction? Yes, number extreme left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. As my uh, co-mate said, that we can collect leaders and do a workshop, but when the teachers are assigned in a school or college, they are qualified to do so. How do we set up a framework to know if we are qualified to give workshops on menstrual cycle, gender equality, sex education? How do we set up a framework to know about this? Who is qualified to give this kind of workshop?
Member who raised the motion would like to answer this.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledgement. Can you please repeat the question?
Sure. I asked, when the teachers are assigned to a college or school, they are highly qualified to do so. And if we collect leaders for doing this purpose, doing a workshop on menstrual cycle and gender equality or sex education being a sensitive topic, how do we set up a framework to know if the person who is giving a workshop on this kind of topic is qualified to give so?
So it is our responsibility to hire someone who is give speeches on those topics. So we can use social media influencers who already speak. There are many influencers on social media who speak about waste management, menstrual cycle, and sex education. We can hire them to qualified person for any school or sector.
Any points in contradiction of the motion? You both can take your seats. Yes, member to my left.
The fact that we are hiring some particular leaders to do so, it is a very time-consuming task to find out leaders and then assign them to a particular group of students. Instead, we already have a set-up institution like a school where the students regularly come. They have a particular schedule. So in that schedule itself, if we can include regular lectures about sex education, waste management, all the other quality education that we need to give, instead of coming up with leaders, it creates complexity. We already have a teacher-student relation in an institution like schools. So it should be incorporated in school system itself.
Any points in contradiction to the motion raised? Okay. Any points in support to the motion raised? Okay. Yes, member to my right.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. When we talk about education, we already have teachers in schools or institutions where they can, they already have a connect with them. But when it is important to cater to kids who do not even have access to basic education. In places like slums, it is important to even we ourselves are. Relevant enough to go to any place and teach those kids or give basic what was morals, ethics. It's important to start with that and then move on to gender equality or any other sensitive issue. Places like schools already have a connect. It is important to build a connect where they do not have access to it. So it's important to focus, start in places where it's not happening. That's important.
Points in contradiction to this motion? No. Any new motions on the floor? Yes, member to my right.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As we talk about education, we do know that people in rural areas of India are also trying to gain the right of education, but in doing so, they face various obstacles like power cut, due to which their studies are interrupted. For this purpose, I propose that we donate solar lamps to people in rural areas or wherever needy so that they can pursue their education without any obstacles. Thank you.
Any points in support of this motion? Any points in contradiction to this motion? Yes, member to my left.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. Solar lamps is not a necessity for quality education. We need more availability of qualified teachers. See, when it comes to facilities like solar lamps or power cuts, more than this, see, these quality education can be given even during the day. So, power cut is not a necessity for quality education. We should focus on more important topics like actually teachers being empowered and some way we can bring that to ground level slums.
Any more points in contradiction of the motion? Yes, member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledgement.
Just a minute. I request all the members who are sitting in the back to come in front. Take the places which are vacant. OC members, please help them to take the positions in this side as well. Can you please do this fast? Yes.
So there are so many rural places in Maharashtra itself. Just consider the whole country. Providing solar lamps will cost you so much. I just want to ask who will be providing the funding to do so.
The member who raised the motion would like to answer this.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. The idea for solar lamps, the donation would be facilitated through the funds that we collect.
Any points in contradiction? Number 216 left.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. When it comes to providing solar lamps, what is the framework that you have in mind? Because when we present a particular solution, we also need to have a step-by-step solution of how we are going to implement it. So, which company, what will be the cost, who will monitor all this, how will the distribution go, which areas are we actually targeting? All these things come into picture. And when we try to compare about the actual needs of giving quality education and the need for solar lamps, I think it is clearly seen that the need for better options than solar lamps and providing our funds on that area is more important. Thank you.
Member who raised the motion would like to answer this. Any more points in contradiction? Last point of contradiction. Yes, member actually back.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I think setting up a solar lamp is highly negotiable because when a kid from Tamil Nadu, who later became the Prime Minister of India, studied under the street lights, I don't think solar lamps is a very necessity for studying.
You can take it. Any new motions on the floor? Member at back.
Thank you for the acknowledgement. I would like to raise a motion to set up community-based learning hubs in slum areas. Cities like Pune have already done this during pandemic where educated youth volunteers taught children in their neighborhoods when schools were shut. Why can't we turn these into permanent community learning hubs, especially in slums? Construction sites where we often see the people who move with their children during sugarcane harvesting. These children have to move and they do not really get time to go to schooling. So in remote areas, construction sites, youth members can actually go and provide education to these students. This can bridge school gaps when it comes to mother tongue learning or syllabus as well. And these can be supported by local governments and NGOs as well as youth leaders.
Any points in support of this motion? Yes, number 8.
So I agree. Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I agree with the point of.
You can take your seat. Any more points in support of the motion? Yes, number 8.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I agree with my fellow mate. So as she said, we can provide education. Along with the education, as we already discussed, we can provide the workshops on teaching the students of the basic knowledges also.
Any points? Any more points in support of the motion? Any points in contradiction to the motion raised? Yes, number 8, extreme back.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. When it comes to quality education, the government is doing a lot better jobs in providing education. But then before proposing any ideas, we should think, बच्चे पढ़ रहे क्यों नहीं है? What is the reason अगर बच्चे पढ़ रहे नहीं है? Parents in the slum and parents of the construction workers think, अगर बच्चा मेरा 10 साल का भी है, he can work with me. एक ईंट उठा लेगा, मालिक उसको 10 रुपए देगा. सब लोग कमाते हैं so that they can earn and eat. So this is the thinking of the parents. तो अगर ये उनकी thinking है, we should think हम लोग ये उनकी जो सोच है ये कैसे बदले पहले. उसके बाद ही हमारे कोई भी ideas जब propose किए गए हैं, they can work.
Member who raised the motion would like to answer this.
Thank you, Chair. I completely agree with the fact that they should be educated on the importance of knowledge. But when we talk about parents who are already working as daily wage workers, no parent would want their child to also go on the same path. The thing is that because education is not available to such students, that is why we have to purposely push them into daily wage working because that is their source of income. But when these students are given knowledge, then definitely the parents will always support the child to go to the school. That is why making it available, quality education, that is important.
Member at the extreme back, would you like to counter this?
Yes.
I open the floor for debate.
What is the daily wage of a worker?
A daily wage of a worker varies from, let's say, 200 rupees daily, if it's about carrying bricks or something. And when it comes to construction workers at BMC hires, I guess that is a little more, maybe 700.
So the daily wage set by government is 350 to 450 rupees. And in a city like Mumbai, for a family of 4, 350 to 450 is not enough. Therefore, they think the kids are also able to fill their stomach by
They think this way because the kid is not given opportunity to learn. So when we actually go to them and we tell them that okay, your kid can actually learn, we are ready to make them understand, we are ready to educate them, then the parent will always support for the child to go to the school rather than doing wage work.
Having done the ground research on this kind of project, I know how a parent thinks. I've spoken to many people, they are like BMC ने opportunities दिया है, government ने opportunities दिया है, but their main aim is बच्चों का पेट कैसे भरे. They know कि स्कूल में जाएगा, मिड डे मील मिलेगा, सब मिलेगा. फिर भी उनका बेसिक ये एम होता है कि हमारा बच्चा अगर कर रहा है तो थोड़ा पैसा कमा लेगा, he can earn for himself and he can fill his stomach.
So in schools, if midday meal is given, their main purpose is बच्चे का पेट कैसे भरना है. In a school where midday meal is given, the food is also provided, the education is also provided. So when these two things are sufficed, I don't think the parent would have any further issues with this. Because the
True, but I still think parents think education से ज़्यादा बच्चे लोग अगर कमाएं in today's
I
time,
would like
that is
both
the
to conclude your points in a single statement.
okay. Before providing any such ideas proposed in the youth assembly, I would like to discuss on the basic topic of parents letting their kids work and not study.
Oh, thank you. I would like to conclude by saying that child labor is already a crime. So, not instead of supporting that, we should focus on providing quality education, because when that is provided, the parent will automatically think about the benefit of their children. Thank you.
You both said it. Any points in support of the motion? The motion raised for you. Community-based learning hubs. Yes, member center.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I agree with my fellow mate as she said that we need to provide the education to the laborers or whatever. So here the debate was taking place like कि लेबर के लिए जाते हैं एजुकेशन लेते हैं बट द मेन पॉइंट इज ठीक है लेबर के लिए जाते हैं तो जाते हैं बट दे आल्सो नीड द एजुकेशन ठीक है इफ द पेरेंट्स वांट देम टू वर्क they can work but they need to get the education also so I think simultaneously if they work it's their choice but we need to give them education that's the first thing as in improving the quality of the education thank you.
Any more points in support of the motion? Yes, member to my left.
I agree with the motion. हाँ जरूर लेबर्स जो है उनको आप अगर लेबर की तरह वर्क करोगे तो आपको मनी मिल रहा है पर ये मनी टेम्पररी है ना और ये आपका स्टेटस इंक्रीज नहीं कर सकता और ना ही ये जो मनी है वो आपको लॉन्ग टर्म तक के यूज होगा तो अगर हम किसी को एजुकेशन देते हैं तो हम बस वो इंसान को रेस नहीं कर रहे हैं हम वो पूरी जनरेशन को रेस करते हैं तो इसीलिए ये जो है थैंक यू
Member at the back.
Thank you for acknowledging me. I'd like to say it's not about long term. Getting 350 per day, I don't think they're going to be left with anything. Not more than 10 or 20 rupees, even if they save so much after providing food to 3 or 4 people. So I don't think it's going to be a long term thing.
Would you like to answer this?
Thank you for acknowledging me. Can you please repeat it?
I'm wanting to say that you mentioned that it is for a long term. Getting 350 rupees per day, I don't think they're going to survive anything long term. Maybe 2 or 3 days they'll get food, they'll get oil, they'll get the greens if they want. After that, what?
If the person like a child is also doing 350 then also they are not surviving properly.
Remember the word was not open for debate. We both can take it. Any more points in support of the motion? Any points in oppose of the motion? The original motion, community-based learning hubs.
Any new motions on the floor? Yes, member to my right.
Thank you, Judge, for acknowledgement. It's a controversial statement that I'm proposing right now, but I still propose it. The quota system in the education system should be removed. Because when it comes to other part of the subject in the society, everyone wants equality, right? But when it comes to education, the weaker section are like, we want seat. This is a partiality towards the students. Is that it? That's it. Thank you.
Any points in support of this motion? Yes, madam.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I definitely agree with my fellow man. As he said that quotas are not should be applied. It should be applied on the basis of upper caste or low caste. Sorry, I'm so so sorry. It should be applied on the basis of we can say income. If someone is having low income, we should do survey. Government should do survey on it, and we should help them to do it. And then if they have low income, then definitely they should get scholarship. But there are many cases that happen that someone has lower caste, but but they can afford everything and also education. But then also they are getting privileges which lower status people deserve. Thank you.
Any more motions? Any more points in support of the motion? Okay. Any more points to contradict? Yes, member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. First of all, we should know that reservation is a constitutional provision that is provided. It's a system that addresses historical prejudices. So, right from the colonial time that India is facing, and way before, people of those lower caste or whoever have got reservations have been given this reservation due to the prejudices they have faced throughout the years. And removing this prejudice within let's say our country got independence 1947, and the constitution after forming these many years were not enough for them to come out of the prejudice. So the reservation is biased. Also the point about income. We know in our country many people have ways to not show their actual income. So this would actually be a loophole in the system where people would fake the income and get these provisions. Thank you.
Any more points in contradiction to the motion? Yes, member to my right.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. So my question to the proposed motion is that what is the plan of action for implementing the removal of this reservation system in the Indian Constitution? Also, I would like to highlight the fact that that this system has been there since the very start of our country and is now a part of the politics, a major part of the politics. It is the vote bank on which the politicians prey upon. So while I agree that there might be some flaws to it, but there is no proper plan of action which you proposed. And also to the supporting motion which was raised, there is a category in the constitution called economically backward caste, EBC, and there are a lot of loopholes when it comes to it because you can obtain an EBC certificate just by paying some amount of money. So again, it's not a solution; it's just temporary solution, right?
Member, would you like to answer?
Yes, I would like.
The floor is open for debate.
Thank you, Judge, for the acknowledgement. So when we talk about quality education, why can't we have a quality approach to gain that education? The quota system doesn't have a quality approach towards having education. Yeah, yes, you said the EVC class make a fake certificate, but what about the caste system? Do people don't make fake caste certificates and gain education? If we remove the quota system, there wouldn't be fake caste system. There wouldn't be fake EVC section. The what do you say? The tax department of the country should be strict, so much strict that the EBC section of the what do you say? Backward society of the class should have the officer should have a thorough check, and then we can give them scholarships. And secondly, as they said that it's an institutional act, we are here today to make a change, not to go with the flow which was made before. That's it. Thank you.
The floor is open for debate. You can speak.
All right. So I agree that we're here to make change today, and we should. But again, you are in a state of fiction. You again did not respond with a plan of action. Like if we remove the quota system, how will we remove the quota system? Is what I'm trying to ask you.
So see, plan of action do not comes within a day. First, we plan an idea, and then a group of people can make a plan of action how we can remove it. We cannot, just come in a day and remove the system which was so followed unblindly. So we have to have a strategic plan. We cannot come up with solutions within a day.
Remember, it sounds like you have come up unprepared, and also there have been multiple attempts to remove the caste system if you have read the news. And It has been unsuccessful so far. I hope you can. I mean,
Agreed. That's where
Yeah.
politics steps in.
exactly, and that's why I'm saying that you are in a state of friction.
Folks, members, you both can conclude your statements.
In short, I want to ask the people who are in support with the motion that quota system should be removed. Then we can plan accordingly. Just ask yourself the percentage you score, the seat you're lacking, and finally the branch you get in because of this system.
The other member.
My final concluding statement is that there is no proper plan of action, and even if people want to remove it, there has to be a plan of action. Thank you.
Both can take it. Any points in favor of the motion raised? Any points in contradiction of the motion raised? Member. Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So I would like to say that we are an NGO, non-governmental organization. We cannot do government's work, right? Removing reservation is the government's work, and we need to get into the government to do so. Secondly, all we can do as an NGO is that we keep our organization open, regardless of the caste and economic status. That's all we can do. We cannot interfere in the government working. Thank you. Any more points of contradiction? Yes, member.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. I completely agree with him as many instances have been taken place in a large scale where people have tried to remove it. And this is something not in our hands. It's not something that we can do. So it's better we should invest our time and energy in places where we can actually work upon and impact the unprivileged. Thank you.
Any more points in contradiction to the motion? Yes, member to my right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I'd like to say that we are striving for quality and not quantity first. And secondly, I like to say that quota does not show any quality. Like it is on the person. If the person is studying or the person has skills or the person is okay, our focus should be on vocational skills or soft skill training or any other training related to the quality education that we want to provide to them and not on what quota they have or how they have managed to come there. Our point is how we are going to provide them that education.
Any more points of contradiction? Yes, member to my left.
So when it comes about abolishing quota, this today I would like to thank you for the recognition, Chair. Today I would like to remind on.
Any more points in contradiction? Any new motions on the floor? Yes, member to my left.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. I would like to raise a motion to involve parents and not just students to meet our goal of providing quality education. The way this can be done is when parents are engaged, the attendance improves. So, despite setting up some learning hubs, if the students itself do not come, this can be a major issue. So, to tackle this, parents should be involved. Let's set up parent educator circles where every month, let's say, in local languages to share goals, progress, and challenges. Just like the successful school management committees that took place in Himachal Pradesh, we already have a model set up for this. This model actually turned in failing schools around. So the schools there, actually, we already have a model set up where parents being involved, students start coming to the whatever hubs that we set up. So I would like to raise a motion for this.
Again, I would like to
Repeat the motion.
your motion, but in crisp.
Yeah. To involve parents and not just students to meet our goal of quality education.
Any points in support of the motion? Member, you have to show your placard like this. Yes, member representing.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledgement. I totally support her point because the quote says in Hindi कि संस्कार घर से चालू होता है and real education starts from home. Thank you.
Any more points in contradiction, in support? Yes, member to my screen there.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I totally support the motion because if we create a environment like that at home so that the kid wants to study, then it will also help him and motivate him to go further in his studies with that. Thank you.
Any more points in support of the motion? Yes, member to center.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. In support, when parents are involved, not just the students come to school or attendance is improved, whatever, that is the second factor. The first factor is parents and students both know what the things are happening. So they can communicate easily. Parents can talk freely to the child, and child is also free to talk to the children. So as in what is happening and what is not happening. So that is more better.
Any more points in support of the motion? In support of the motion. Yes, member at back.
Involving parents, thank you for the recognition, Chair. Involving parents also does a great job of, let's say, in slum areas, when if they're not, if parents themselves don't know what document they are reading, we often see invasion of land taking place because they don't know what document they're signing on, they don't know how to read and write. So when it comes to providing quality education, parents who are uneducated, they also get educated with our learning hubs. So involving parents is important.
Any more points in support of the motion? Any points in contradiction of the motion? Member at the left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So my contradiction to this motion would be the main reason of a parent sending their child to school is basically to get him or her out of his comfort zone and build a new world outside the home. Do you think involving parents in school would be a nice idea? And coming to the education part, do you think a parent who is less educated in their time would be interested in getting more educated for their children?
Member, would you like to answer?
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. I would like to bring into notice to my fellow member of the assembly that parents always want good for their children. So why wouldn't they come to the school to support their children? And the motion which I raised was not just about involving the parent in the school. It's about also educating the parents. And parents who are not educated earlier, they already know the consequences. Many of their lands are lost because they don't know what documents they were reading. So if we don't make them understand the quality of the importance of education, and even for the child, it becomes a role model that their parent is also learning with them, because that also puts for the point that education is for all. It's not just about students. Even adults can take education.
Member, would you like to answer that question? The floor is open for debate.
I partly agree with your point that education is for all, truly, but the parent is in the process of their life where they have to raise funds to make their children's future brighter. Do you think they will be able to contribute that much of time apart from already spending time with their children and giving them time apart from education? They'll be able to put time for their betterment in that stage of life? Partially agreed. I would like to say that even now there are many people who go to night schools. They do part-time job in the day, and if they wish to learn, they definitely go to night schools as well, which are available. So if the parent wishes that they would like to encourage the child as well as he or she wants to learn, then they would definitely come for the learning hub that we'll set up. Ma'am, the night school and part-time job that you're talking about that are for 25 to 30 age groups. 45 to 40 age groups, people can't do part-time job first of all because they won't fulfill their pockets. And second of all, if they even manage to go to night schools, how will they be able to work efficiently for the firm they are working to?
First of all, I'm completely against of the fact putting education in terms of age groups. What do you mean 25 to 30 learn and above that cannot learn?
I did not say they cannot learn. I just said the age group that you're talking about, the solution that you gave was limited to age group because the people in their midlife won't be able to contribute that much of time for studies in that age.
Okay. So how did you decide that the people in the slums, the parents are not 25-year-olds? There are 18-year-old females having 6 to 7 children. They are daily wage workers. You cannot really put them into age groups.
I did not assume that. I just said that in general. That okay, I agree with your point that in slums they have kids in an early age, but उस बच्चे को बड़े होने में उस बच्चे को स्कूल जाने में जितना टाइम लगेगा, and in slum areas they work as a labor. उनको वो labor part time तो नहीं कर सकते, of course. And even if they do, उनका wage कम हो जाएगा. And as said पहले wage कम हो गया तो पेट कैसे भरेगा?
अगर उन्हें स्कूल में मिड डे मील मिल रहा है, उनको एजुकेशन भी मिल,
so parents को भी mid day meal मिलेगा.
we are coming up with solutions, right? So we can also provide a meal for.
You can conclude your points in a single one or two statements.
Okay, Chair. So my conclusion point here would be that involving parents with the children's education doesn't hold any sense because they are in the stage of life that they need to create one better for their child, and child should be focused more on creating this instead of mixing them both up.
So I would like to conclude by saying that involving parents is extremely crucial because it's also about their education that we need to take care of and not just the students. This will also eradicate the amount of illegal things which are happening, and parents getting involved will help the student as well as the parent to get educated. So coming up with solutions for this is what we are here for.
Any more points in support to the motion? Yes, member to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I support the motion raised. Also, I would like to add on, as my fellow member said, that there is the age group like 45 and ये time नहीं दे सकते बच्चे के लिए ये नहीं कर सकते. That's not the point. Firstly, there is an example recently happened scene where a child was preparing for NEET. Her father prepared along with her, which is 60 years old man. He prepared with her, both cracked together because as children get the motivation from the parents, they see, they learn and they work. So I feel like this is a very important part. And as you said, कि चल job नहीं कर सकते, time नहीं दे सकते, etc. But at least once a week they can come. They can just get a knowledge कि क्या हो रहा है मेरे बच्चे के life में. That's the main point.
Any more points in support to the motion? Yes, member to my right.
Thank you, Judge, for the acknowledgement. I totally support that parents should have involvement in their child education. Firstly, we are all here because of our parents. They guided us. Anyone here who are here without parent guidance, please raise your hands. As you see, none. And secondly, I totally disagree with the point that she said that a parent who is less educated cannot get in flow with a student with higher education. Who said it? Let me give you a beautiful example. Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. Who trained, who guided him? Jijabai. Isn't it? Was she qualified? No. She was a mother from a raw village. But yet she gave a race to a lion who died. Thank you.
Any more points in support to the motion? Yes, member to my left.
So to support this motion, I would like to oppose my point. As she said कि पहले के लोग पढ़े नहीं होते and do you think are they interested अभी पढ़ने में? तो पहले there were problems. उनके पास उतने पैसे नहीं होते थे. Their parents don't used to earn that much money. कि मजबूरी से कोई नहीं पढ़ता है. They don't wanted कि मैं पढ़ूँ नहीं चलो काम करता हूँ. That was their मजबूरी kind of things. And अगर अभी भी they got a chance, they can do it. And there is no age limit. First of all, that's the point. Thank you.
Any more points in contradiction to the motion? Yes, member to my right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I would like to contradict to the original motion that was raised. I don't think parents should be involved in the committee formed. She requested to form a committee with all the parents to guide the students, right? What was the motion? What was the motion? Can you please repeat? I'd like to contradict fully.
Member, I request you to please repeat your motion. Yes, sentence.
So the motion I raised was
Member, you missed to acknowledge the chair. You can take it. Both members can take it. Any more points in contradiction to the original motion raised? That was setting the parent educator involving parents. Member to my left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I'd like to say that involving parents is not necessarily a good idea. Up to a limit, I can understand that parents need to be involved in forms of PTMs, updates. But why are we assuming that every family situation is the same? That every parent is equally interested? Sometimes, not every father, not every mother is a good person. Sometimes they might just want to be involved to see how they can contradict you, to see how they can get you back to doing something they want to do, to understand your points to contradict them. So I think we need to stop assuming the family situation for everyone's houses before raising a solution like this.
Any more points in contradiction to the motion? Yes, member to my extreme right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I'd like to contradict the first motion, initially the motion that was raised. I'd like to say that she mentioned that even if the parent is not educated or something, you can have loss of land or something like that. I feel that, talking about myself, my father is not educated that much, and I think I'm competent enough to stand right here and have a debate with you. So I think it's not important for a parent to be educated so much. Instead, your values, your morals, and your education is what that matters. And if we're talking about involvement here, I feel no teenager would want their parent to get extremely involved. As the member mentioned, like right now, it's okay to get involved with PTMs or anything like that, but more involvement creates more problems for you only as a teenager because you are striving through your life, struggling, knowing people, learning new things, falling back. So I don't think that much involvement is necessary.
Any more points in contradiction of the motion? Roshan.
I would like to support my member with the point that we also need to keep in mind generational gap. As there is a gap in generation between child and parents, there will be contradicting views during education. How will we deal with those points? Thank you.
The member who raised the motion would like to answer this.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. I would like to say that the members of the assembly who contradicted, I think they completely misunderstood the motion which was raised. It was about involving parents and not just students in the education that we are providing to the children of the slums. It is not about involving teenage parents in our current educational syllabus. So when it comes to slums, their parents are already not very educated. So I mentioned a point about involving parents in the education system, educating them along with the students. So to do that, we need to come up with solutions, and this was the motion that was raised.
Last point to the contradiction. Yes, member to my extreme right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. She said involving the students जिनके parents slums में है या जो बच्चे slums में हैं उनके parents को involve करना. अगर वो लोग slum में है तो कोई reason से slum में है उनके parents को भी involve करके उनको और slum में डालना. I don't think what are you telling? Parents have zero knowledge if they have slum में है तो क्या मतलब involve करके क्या prove करना चाहते हैं?
Any new motions on the floor? member to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to propose the idea of Sunday school. This school would be basically for children who have been dropped out of SSC and HSC. As of now, Vivekananda Education Society's College of Arts, Science and Commerce has been running this social initiative since past 4 years. Basically, since COVID came in action, उसके वजह से बहुत सारे बच्चों की पढ़ाई छूट गई थी, जिसकी वजह से our college decided to start an initiative called Sunday School, in which our own college faculty teaches the underprivileged. They prepare them for SSC and HSC exam through form number 17, which applies that if they have passed through their eligibility, they can fill that form and be eligible for the exam, and they prepare the children throughout the year. Thank you.
Any points in support of the motion? Yes, member to my left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I support this initiative, and this is a very good initiative for people who are unable to study for their exams or who aren't accessible to the amenities, or we can say to the facilities, and this should imply. Thank you.
Any more points in support of the motion? Any points in contradiction to the motion? Yes, member to my left.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. I would like to ask the member about the framework of how this would be conducted. So when it's about HSC and SSC dropouts, how, because if they want to access the examination, how will they come up, to whom will they approach? And whatever syllabus they are taught, will everything be taught? And the people who would be teaching them, how would we pay them? Because if they are teaching, even their knowledge is being used, so they should be given some rightful salary that they deserve. Thirdly, for students, as you said, in the rank, they should be eligible for the HSC or SSC examinations. What about the ones who are not eligible? How will we provide them quality education through Sunday school scheme?
Member, would you like to answer?
I would like to thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me.
Missed to acknowledge the chair. You can take your seat. Any more points in contradiction? Any more points in support to the motion? Any more points in contradiction to the motion? Any new motions on the floor? Yes, member to my left.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. Now that the Assembly has discussed about many important points about the need for quality education and how we can approach at ground levels, I think it's time we discuss about bridging the digital divide. So EdTech is booming, but not everyone in India has access to it. So India must avoid the trap of one-size-fits-all digital training. Instead, we can deploy the mobile learning vans to uplift a nearby school. We don't need to wait to be I'm extremely sorry. India must deploy mobile learning vans for offline content and tutors that travel to education deprived pockets, like in mobile schools model, which was seen in Kenya and in even parts of Madhya Pradesh, if we talk about India. Thank you.
Do you have a plan of action for this?
Yes, sir. Shall I go ahead with the plan of action? So the plan of action being that youth leaders like us who are currently studying or who have already been graduated, we definitely know syllabus and basic teachings of, let's say, till fifth grade. So in slums, students who do not even have knowledge till fifth grade. We see the person can be 18-year-old, but he still might not know what a fifth grader learns. So to provide this education, mobile vans can be made where educator or tutors travel to these deprived areas, and we go over there and we educate the students. Now, if we talk about how we will collect these youth leaders, it is through we can take about awareness campaigns on social media for people to come up for this action, and then we can raise funds for the mobile vans and go and tutor the students over there. Thank you.
Any more points, contradiction? Any points in support of the motion? Any points in support? Points in contradiction? Yes, Member to Madam.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My contrast to this, no doubt the idea is wonderful. I myself had researched the idea, but the sense of proposing it here when we are trying to find a sustainable idea does not make a sense. Because even one educational van would cost more than 2 lakhs, and I don't think we have so much fund to do that as of now.
Now, we are proud to introduce Krish Tiwari, one of the first ever alumni of Street Cause Mumbai.
Any more points in contradiction of the motion? The original motion. Deployment of mobile learning vans. Member at extreme back.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I'd like to say, how do we plan to get mobile vans? Because as she spoke, it is not a sustainable plan of action to get to.
Member, would you like to answer it? The member, would you like to answer it? I open the floor for debate.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. So when it comes to mobile learning vans, we are talking about educating the students or the children in the slum areas or those who are deprived from education. So we need a van to just travel to those areas. We already have the knowledge because I propose a motion, let's say till fifth grade. I can definitely teach a student of fifth grade because we know the basic syllabus. So we do not really need proper vans with equipped facilities to go there. We just need a mode of transportation to go to those deprived areas, and over there we can like the cost of getting a blackboard or chalk, some notebooks can definitely be raised through the funds. We don't really need 2 lakh rupee vans to go and tutor.
Then if we only require it as a mode of transport, why do we need vans for that? We are going in a group, take public transport, use any other mode of transport. You said our main purpose is to get education. That we can do it anyway. We don't need a van to just go there, make it fancy.
Oh, the term mobile learning van is not necessarily a van. It's about going in groups to mobile learning means education on wheels. Yeah. So to reach a particular area, let's say 5 of us are going over there. If we have some individual modes of transport, that's nice because our main purpose is to go and educate them. It's not about the mode of transport. So if that is the idea, then I definitely agree that we can go through individual transport and educate those. But my term of mobile learning vans is not about wheels. It's about going there.
I would like you both to conclude your points in a single statement.
She agreed on my point.
You both need to conclude your points in a single statement.
So mobile learning vans do not necessarily mean actually having 2 lakh vans. It means going in groups and tutoring students in deprived areas. Thank you.
And
I would like to conclude by saying that we don't need fancy terms or any other terms like mobile banks to just go there and tutor people. Make it as a group activity or anything like that. Just go there, teach, then come back. Thank you.
Okay. Last two motions for quality education. Yes, member to my right.
So, thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I would like to propose a motion to set up school exchange program. So basically, it would work in a way where the well-funded schools students can come to the poorly funded schools in Mumbai, and the vice versa. This will result in the students coming from better backgrounds having access and gaining exposure as to how bad the conditions can be, which could motivate them to contribute to the socially conscious leaders. And on the other hand, the students from poorly funded schools could gain exposure, and this could cultivate ambition. Thank you.
Any motions in support to the motion? Sorry. Uh, any more points in support to the motion? Yes, member to my left.
I would like to support, thank you sir for acknowledging me. I would like to support his motion by adding on that nowadays peer-to-peer learning isn't very much trend and it is easier to learn by someone who is in your same age group and it just removes the wall and the formal thing which just keeps getting in between. So clear communications are clear and it's easier to understand things from the person who is going through same things as you and experiences as you. And also, if as he added from well-developed school to low-developed school, it would also clear the gap between them. It would bridge the gap between them, and obviously knowledge has no limits. So, thank you.
Any more points in support of the motion? Yes, member.
Thank you, Judge, for acknowledgement. I totally agree with this point because even I have gone to many schools, BMC schools, to Agastya Foundation, and we have helped students guided students in their careers related to their projects, and always knowledge the two-way communication. And basically, it happens that high school people go to the lower schools, and this should happen more. And yeah, that's it.
Any more points in support of the motion? Yes, member to my left.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, sir. I'd like to add to this by saying that it is a really good idea to have even the students from underprivileged schools coming into well-funded schools because it does give them exposure. And I think mixing the two crowds really helps students alike to gel with each other and to, further break down that barrier of that, oh, you're from an underprivileged school, or you're from a well-funded school. I think mixing the crowd really helps with that as well.
Any more points in support of the motion? Any points in contradiction to the motion? Yes, member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So the only contradiction that I have is how are we going to convince those schools to set up an exchange program between low funded schools and like higher funded schools.
How would you like to answer it?
So you're asking how will we convince the faculties as to how?
The floor is not open for debate. You need to acknowledge the motion. Can you take this? Any more contradictions on the floor? Member to the center.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So I agree with the motion raised, but the only contradiction as I have, like low-funded schools and the high-funded schools when they meet together, when the students communicate, there are some students who like tease each other. So how will we overcome that? How will we teach them to like talk in a level or talk in a sense? Like if small children are there, they just tease each other. So that's my point. How will you overcome that?
Members in support from my members who wish to contradict the point. Member to
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to speak in support of the member who contradicted the motion. So, as we know, parents nowadays are wanting better education for children. Right from state board to IGCSE, CPSE, people are competing to get into certain boards of their choices. And after coming to such schools, would parents agree to let their children interact with children who are not that well disciplined or have that level of etiquettes in the society? Thank you.
the member who raised the motion would like to answer.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. So, I don't know. Okay. So basically, parents, I agree that they want to have better quality for education for the children, and they want their children to go to better schools. Agree. But at the same time, don't parents want their children to grow in life? When you get into these low-funded schools, interact with these children who are maybe not so well disciplined, but they learn how to react in this world, how to live in this world where there are all kinds of people. You will cross your path with all kinds of people. And again, I think any parent who knows that if they want their children to really grow in life and not just the grades or the colleges they go to, then they will need to get their children the exposure they need.
Any more points in support to the motion? Member to my right.
Thank you for your acknowledgement. If may I request that I can contradict both the statements they made.
Yes, sure.
The first statement from Navam was how the task would be like. How will you get the permission to do it? To be honest, it's a very simple process.
Member, you cannot point out any other member.
Okay, my bad. Sorry.
If you wish to point out, you can point it out by constructed words.
Sure.
Fellow member.
Okay. Sure. Sorry, my bad. So the question was, it's a how the process is. The process is very simple. We all know how to write a letter. We just have to write a letter and submit it to the school itself. And which school will not want a good school to come and engage with us? And the second, this was. Continue.
You can continue.
The second contradictory statement, can you please repeat? I forgot actually.
Any points in support of the original motion, school exchange program? Yes, member to my left.
As contradicted by one of them, the main motto of peer-to-peer learning is to bridge the gap between them and to make them comfortable with both the standards. And this in future will help them build stronger connections when they step into the real world. So the thing that it will get awkward if we make the higher class meet the lower class makes no sense, because in terms of education and in terms of formal setting, one needs to learn how to be in the world where no one is just same as you. You have to, put yourself, you have to prepare yourself to face everyone and every challenge you face. Thank you.
Any more points in support of the motion? Any points in contradiction to the original motion, school exchange program? Yes, member to my left.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. So the original motion was about exchanging schools programs, and the reason which was stated by the member was so that a particular highly funded student of the school would know the conditions in which a low funded students work. Now, just to meet this reason, we do not have to actually exchange schools. On the internet, there are many documentaries available. We can even search about the conditions of the schools. There is no necessity of actually exchanging schools completely, just to meet this reason. Secondly, if it's talking about exchanging education, then I would like to say that a particular highly funded school student would not like to know the education of a low funded student. And if we talk about civil science, that is already being taught in school. So the need for exchanging schools just for the reason to understand the situation is not really a necessity when it comes to providing quality education. Thank you.
The member who raised the motion would like to counter.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. So, as stated by the member that the students from well-funded schools don't need to know the conditions in the lower-funded schools. But you have to think from the other perspective too. The students from the lower-funded school definitely need to know how the well-funded schools do function. And that's the main motive behind the school exchange program, right? To gain the exposure for the people who don't have it.
Any more points in contradiction to the original? Yes, member to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. Exchange, the term itself means two-way. So if a highly funded school student does not want to go to a low funded low funded school, then how will this scheme actually work? So let's say, and when it comes to a slum area student coming to a highly funded school, won't they get a feel of inferiority? There are high chances of getting bullied, not feeling comfortable in the new environment. And just to meet a reason of knowing the situations, we don't really have to change their comfort zones, because then it will be very difficult for them to adapt. So exchange term goes both the ways, and if a particular student does not want to go there, then this is actually like forcing on them.
Any points to contradict her point? That's the extreme back.
Thank you. I'd like to say that nobody is forcing you to go. If you are willing to go on your own, you know you are going to adapt, you are going to adjust because you want to go there willingly. Nobody has forced you to go there. And obviously, if somebody forces you to go, you won't abide by the conditions or anything. But if I willingly want to go there, want to know about the things happening there, I don't think it would be that I will adjust on my own without genuinely wanting to go there.
Maybe you can take your seat. Any new motions on the floor? The last motion for quality education. Remember the extreme left.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. We have talked about points where there are lack of education initially in the session. However, I request you to now focus on improving the quality of education, that is the learning. We already have access of education. During the initial years, that is the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the BMC focused on access of education to the underprivileged children. But now, in the manifesto of 25, the BMC Education Department's manifesto, they now focus on improving the quality of education and improving the student retention. That is, the students can enroll in schools, but they have to maintain the retention. So I propose a different kind of approach, that is a field trip and an excursion, educational field trip to the underprivileged children. It's said that students learn more from outside world than in the classroom. I believe classroom learning is important, but though underprivileged students don't get the same access the private students get. Students often in private schools get more opportunities and access for education, field trips, and excursions than underprivileged students do in BMC schools. Uh, I also like the student exchange idea, but I propose a field trip uh, compared to underprivileged students.
Any points in support of the motion? Any points in contradiction to the motion? Member at the extreme back.
Thank you for acknowledging me. I'd like to say that it is important where you take the field trip, because suppose you're taking them to a factory and someone like me, I am from commerce background, I don't have any knowledge or any interest or anything related to factory work. So it is really important for us to know where we are going to take them.
Yes, member, would you like to answer?
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. I acknowledge your points that you don't have any interest in factories, you don't have any interest in learning how machines learn. I understand you have a commerce background. But you speak from a point of privilege that other underprivileged students never get in their life. If you talk to a BMC student, I believe they have hardly gone to any educational field trip because the educational department already lacks the funds to improve the quality. Then they would rather improve the get access. I'll speak in Hindi. जो बीएमसी डिपार्टमेंट है उनके पास इतना फंड्स पहले से ही नहीं है, वो पहले से लैक करे, दे ऑलरेडी हैव अ फाइनेंशियल क्रंच. आई डाउट they can fund any educational field trips. Then we can do as a student NGO on our behalf, which is a feasible project. I'll talk about the statistics. Like access to education is available in Mumbai, but quality education in Mumbai is very unevenly distributed. Now we talked about slum areas. Do you have any idea? Do you have any idea that in 2023-24, the slum areas, I'll point out to a few slum areas, that is the Govandi, the Mamkud, and the Kanjurmarg area, have the highest enrollments per student capita in Mumbai. In NAS findings, that is National Achievement Survey, the slum area student enrollment is higher compared to the suburban students enrollments. But however, these students have lower expenditure per student. Like जो suburban areas में जो enrollments होते हैं, they have the funds कि वो अपने आप को sustain कर सके. However, जो underprivileged areas से जो enrollments हो रहे, they don't have that much fund or capital to invest on it, but still they want to learn. And the PMC released a report in 2022 where they marked an achievement where there was a 0% dropout rate in students. That is, not a single child left their education. Instead, they pursued one. So I believe and funding and field trip or excursion can improve the student retention rate. I'll also want to point out that it's also important where we take our educational field trip. There are multiple areas places I have written some. The Nehru Planetarium, the Nehru Science Center, the Baikala Zoo, the Biodiversity Park, the Naval Academy in Kolaba, the Naval Academy and Air Force Academy in Karjal, and the BST Bus Heritage Museum in Sayan. I am open to more points by the fellow members. Thank you.
This is very interesting. One last motion. Any motions on the floor? Yes, member to my right. We'll conclude this motion in 2 minutes. So please be ready with your contradictions and support as soon as possible. Thank you for.
Hello. Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. A motion that I would like to raise is a new educational approach for the students who belong to different localities. We can introduce subjects based upon their localities. For example, to support my motion, we can talk about the Koli people who live in Bhainder. If we introduce subjects like kayaking, subjects like weather studies, and everything that is related to the geography of the sea that is over there, so that it will help their family it will help their family statistically and economically both.
Any points in support of the motion? Yes, member to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As to support my fellow mate's point, I would like to add, as he said, that people living in that particular locality should learn kayaking, and it would benefit their family and them in the long run. Also, to add up to this, I would like to add that not only the skills but also the regional languages should be taught, because as of now, there are many people living in particular areas जिनको अपने ही regional languages नहीं आते, तो that could also be added. Thank you.
Any more points in support? Any points in contradiction? Yes, member to my left.
Thanks for the recognition, Chair. The motion raised by my fellow member is definitely a very good one, but it has some loopholes that providing education only about making it local specific is actually limiting our approach of quality education. This makes it limited that the student gets knowledge only about the local locality. What about if we give them global education? When they grow up, they'll be able to have a global exposure. But when we only teach them about the particular locality, this limits their education, which is not our approach towards providing quality education.
Okay, here we'll conclude the first session, quality education, by proceeding the votings. I'll introduce the motion to you, the name of the motion. Then I'll say the people in support of the motion say yay. The people in support have to say yay. Then I'll say people in contradiction or people in not support of the motion say nay. You people have to say nay. The people who wish to the people who do not wish to support. So the first motion raised was installing modern technology in BNC schools like digital boards. Members in support of this motion say yay.
Yay.
Members in not support of this motion say nay.
Nay.
Motion not passed. Second motion, textbook library. Members in support of this motion say yay.
Yay.
Members in not support of this motion say nay.
Nay.
Teaching real life values and moral values rather than the educational values.
Yay.
Yay.
People, members in support of this motion say yay.
Yay.
Members in not support of this motion say nay.
Nay.
Motion passed. Donation of solar lamps. People in support of this motion say yay.
Yay.
And people in not support of this motion say nay.
Nay.
Motion not passed. Next motion is community-based learning hubs. People in support of this motion say yay.
Yay.
People in support of this motion say yay.
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 People in not support of this motion say nay.
Nay.
Motion not passed. Next motion was reservation system removal.
Yay.
Members in support of this motion say yay.
Yay.
Members in not support of this motion say nay.
Nay.
Next Next motion was involvement of parents, setting up parent educators. Mm, Members in support of this motion say yay.
Yay.
Members not in support of this motion say nay.
Nay.
Motion not passed. Next motion is idea of Sunday school. Members in support of this motion say yay.
Yay.
Members not in support of this motion say nay.
Nay.
Motion not passed. Next motion was deployment of mobile learning vans. In simpler words, going in groups to non-accessible areas and teaching. Members in support of this motion say yay.
Yay.
Members in not support of this motion say nay.
Nay.
Members in support of this motion say yay.
Yay.
Members in not support of this motion say nay.
Nay.
Members in support of this motion can raise their cards. Members in not support of this motion raise their cards. Motion passed. Next motion was school exchange programs. Members in support of this motion say yay.
Yay.
Members in not support of this motion say nay.
Nay.
Members in support of this motion say yay.
Yay.
Members in not support of this motion say nay.
Nay.
Members in support of this motion can raise their cards. Members in not support of this motion can raise their cards. Motion not passed. It was close. Field trips, educational trips. Members in support of this motion say yay.
Yay.
Members in not support of this motion say nay.
Nay.
Members in support can raise their cards. Members in not support of this motion can raise their cards. Motion passed. The last motion, new educational approach, depending upon the geographical area, according to the geographical area. Members in support of this motion say yay.
Yay.
Members in opposition of this motion say nay.
Nay.
Motion not passed. We pause the assembly here for 10 minutes. It's 10:55 right now. We'll start the assembly at sharp 11:05. I request everyone to be here in the assembly hall After the session, we'll take Musta voting, and then after that, this session will open. Right. Now, let's start for the second session, that is gender equality. Any opening speeches on the floor for the agenda, gender equality? Number to the right.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, gender equality is a fundamental pillar of progressive society, yet yes, Mumbai still grapples with disparity. The sex ratio in Mumbai city is 832 females per 1000 males, significantly lower than national average. In Mumbai suburbs, the ratio is slightly better at 860 females per 1000 males. Women, women's participation in the workforce is hindered by safety concerns and accessibility issues, reducing their probability of employment by 16.5%. Despite Mumbai being a financial hub, gender-based wage gaps persist and women continue to face barriers in leadership roles. To achieve true gender equality, we must ensure shared public spaces, equal pay, and better representation of women in decision-making positions. Mumbai must lead by example, fostering an inclusive environment where every individual, regardless of gender, has equal opportunity to success. Thank you.
Any more opening speeches on the floor? Any more opening speeches for the floor for the agenda, gender equality? Member to the extreme left.
Article 14, Prohibition of Discrimination. Article 15, Equal Opportunity in Matters of Public Employment. These are few of the articles mentioned in our Constitution. So the first question is, what does gender equality actually mean? There's a very famous statement by one of our celebrities. Gender equality doesn't mean that if a man can carry 200 pounds, then the same should be done by women. No, not at all. Gender equality focuses upon the cerebral opportunities which we actually get. Patriarchal social norms have always limited women's empowerment and decision making, whereas men have always suffered due to social expectations. So there is need to work upon it and form solutions.
Any more opening speeches on the floor? Any more opening speeches for the floor for the agenda, gender equality? Yes, member to the left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Gender equality is really personal to me because it's about creating a world where everyone, regardless of gender, has equal opportunities. Mumbai is a city of dreams. It's filled with potential, but gender-based barriers still hold many people back. It's not just women facing unequal pay or lack of representation. Men are also constrained by societal expectations to always be providers, suppressing their emotions and their potential. Non-binary individuals often don't even have a place in the conversation. I think whether it's men struggling to balance work, family, or non-binary individuals fighting for recognition, gender equality isn't just a women's issue. It's about breaking down the barriers that limit us all. Imagine a Mumbai where no one is held back by their gender. Everyone has an equal shot at their dreams. I think that's what we should achieve by saying Mumbai is a city of dreams.
Last two speeches. Member to the right.
Thank
Thank you for acknowledging me. I'd like to say that gender should never determine the value of a person, their opportunity, or their worth. The true progress demands that we dismantle the systems of inequality and stand boldly for justice, dignity, and equal rights for all. So the time for change isn't tomorrow, it is right now, and it starts with us.
Remember, you cannot use your phones, laptops, or any electronic gadgets in the assembly. This is the warning. If noticed again, you will be suspended from the assembly. Last speech. Member to the extreme left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Gender equality isn't about rights from one gender and giving them to another. It's about making sure everyone gets a fair chance. Yet, in India, over 31,000 crimes against women were reported last year, according to NCRB 2023. And only 19.9% of women are part of the paid workforce. Meanwhile, 1 in 4 men suffer from mental health issues, but societies still tell them to stay silent. We can discuss why this happens. Because of patriarchal mindset, unequal access to education, child marriage, and social pressure to conform to rigid gender roles. I have write a short note, poem on it, 4 lines. She was told to shrink. He was told not to cry. Between silence and sacrifice, equality slowly died. But it's not too late. Together, through awareness and action, we can make gender equality a lived reality. Thank you.
Any motions on the floor? Member to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I propose we mandate gender sensitization programs in all education institutions across Mumbai. These programs will teach students to respect and understand people of all genders, helping to break down stereotypes and biases from an early age. By doing this, we can create a generation that values equality and kindness, making our schools, workplaces, and companies more inclusive. This is a small step now, but it will have a huge impact in the future. Thank you.
Any points in support of this motion? Any points in oppose to the motion? Yes, member. Back.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I'd like to say that I don't think no school or any company or any body, particular body for that matter, would allow you to invade in their personal space and then go and talk about any gender equality or anything like that, because I think they do that or promote that on their own. But happening, not happening, we could get a check on that by creating campaigns or rallies or something like that, rather than going there and telling them that we should do this or we should do that.
Any more points in contradiction to the motion? Any new motions on the floor? Member at the back.
Thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. To all the members of the assembly present over here, I would like to raise a motion to spread awareness about harassment amongst men as well as women. So we often know that women do get harassed. It's recognized in newspapers and news channels, but then hardly any steps are taken on ground level. Similarly, men harassment also takes place, but this is hardly even talked about. There are often times when I completely agree with the fact that women do get harassed, but to put a further point for men harassment, I would like to say that many a times women file fake complaints that a particular man harassed him or her, and just because of the gender inequality present here, the man is often without much proofs is considered guilty and is behind the bars. So this is what we talk when we talk about gender inequality. So to bring in this, I propose to carry out some awareness campaigns amongst all the locals to tell them that men harassment exists as well as women harassment exists, and that we should voice out what should be done about this. And if we go forward as youth in this together, maybe some change can take place on governmental levels. So this is what I would like to propose.
Any points in support of the motion? Yes, member.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I agree with my fellow member's point. I think harassment is harassment, and I don't think it should be differentiated on basis of gender. I think we truly achieve equality when we stop seeing harassment through the eyes of gender. And I think it's really important to raise awareness on harassment against men as well, to really help people see that it's not just women who get harassed. It goes both ways.
Any points in contradiction to the motion? Yes, member to the right.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. I would like to tell you that only awareness will not at all help the people to get aware and overcome that harassment. From my point of view, we should work on ground level. Like we need to, as a human being, we need to talk to each other, take care of each other, and we need to talk about all the problems that we face. This might help better than awareness, more than awareness.
Any more points of contradiction? Yes, member of the center.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. And what she said is, I would like to agree on that. That campaigns that are supposed to be on ground level only. What he said, I would like to oppose that. What we do in a campaign is on ground level, and we talk to people generally. So there's no point.
From next time onwards, remember you cannot point out other members like he or she. If you wish to point out, you can do it like my fellow member or my co-member said.
I would like to apologize.
Any new motions on the floor for gender equality? Member to my extreme right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. As we know, with rising inflation, the cost of living in a metropolitan city like Mumbai is increasing. And in such circumstances, a man earning, a single male earning, is not going to suffice the entire family, which leaves burden to the male. In such situations, I believe even a woman who willingly wants to support the family financially should be given the conditions. To support this cause, I propose that we have an awareness session for two aspects in a woman's life. First is the job opportunities that she can avail. For example, Swiggy and Zomato have opened up opportunities for female delivery partners. But most of the females are not aware about this earning opportunity and miss out on this chance. Second aspect of a woman's life is health. As Mrs. Sudha Murthy had proposed in the recent parliament about the dangers of cervical cancer. And there's a vaccine which is provided for women's health to protect them from such a dreadful disease. So I propose that we create awareness regarding this vaccine so that women protect themselves from such disease. Also, the cost may vary, but we can propose to the government or to various pharmaceutical
institutions which are providing this vaccine at around 200 to 400 rupees if it is possible to provide it to women so they can secure their health, job and provide to the family in healthy situations. Thank you.
Member, I need you to please summarize second point in a single statement.
Okay, so the health aspect of a woman's life, specifically on a very dreadful disease that is cervical cancer, I propose awareness about this disease to a woman, also about the vaccine, and if possible, we could provide this at a very low cost through pharmaceutical companies. Thank you.
Any points in support of this motion? Yes, member to extreme left.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. As my fellow co-member said, am extremely in support of the point for providing vaccine for cervical cancer. That is a really good point mentioned. This cancer is actually deadly. I guess last year in the month of December, this had somewhat reached all the women or the people, but the thing is they were skeptical about taking this vaccine because there wasn't much awareness about what exactly does this do, where do we get this vaccine. So making awareness campaigns for this is important. I would like to add to the first point which was made, that is women delivery forcefully or some matter. We can also add to this point that even rickshaw drivers, many of them, like very few of them are women. So we can, if a woman can drive, has a driving license and is willing to, we can also expand this to rickshaws or even school buses. They can have women drivers as well.
Any more points in support to the motion? Any points in sorry, I missed you. Member to my left.
Member, I request you to raise your placards like this.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I'd like to add another point in support of the cervical vaccination, cervical cancer vaccination. There are actually already certain government schemes in play for this vaccination where they provide it for free. I myself have gotten one from there. I think we need to focus more on the awareness of it since schemes are already in place and to make them more known to people.
Any points in contradiction to the motion? Member to my extreme right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. My point is, what is the use of vaccine in the gender equality point? Here it's about gender equality. I am not opposing the point of giving only vaccine. I am saying the point of vaccine, but the motion here is basically gender equality. What we can do for equality for both men and women, not only specifically women. That is the point. Just be in the point. My point is that. Thank you.
The member who raised the motion would like to answer this.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. The reason for mentioning the cervical cancer is not the only point. It was about two aspects of a woman's life, that is health and the job opportunity. And when these two conditions are satisfied, that is when a woman can be at par with a man in contributing financially to a family. That was the main point to be made. That's why the awareness word had come, not for any gender disparity.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any new motions on the floor? Yes, member to my extreme left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. We have talked about many motions till now, but I guess we are missing the basic one. Motion to raise on gender equality, that visiting slums and making people aware of the how important it is to treat everyone equally and giving more opportunities to women.
Members in support of this motion? Members in oppose to the motion. Member to my center.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Need be any motion to be raised? हमेशा के slum पे क्यों अटक जाते हैं हम लोग? Slum में also to contradict the motion presented, if we go to slum, 90% of the working domain is female. चाहे वो cook हो, चाहे वो मौसी हो, anywhere ladies ही काम करते हैं.
The member who raised the motion would like to answer it.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. And I guess you have the something said what I have to say that many women are working laborers. And that is also my point that women are not getting opportunities for doing better. Like people think that yeah, they can be working laborers and they can work like that, they can be made. And the slum in slums many women are suppressed and their rights are suppressed. Therefore, slum is also a basic area to cover.
Member, would you like to answer it?
Yes, not only in slums.
I open the floor to debate.
Not only in slums, housewives को भी oppress किया जाता है. Normal households में भी. There are many men who want their women to be at home. So not only slums, and then not only women are labor blood. Men are also there labor field में. So how is it gender equality?
Yeah, I agree with you. Not only slums, we can take this awareness camps on other places also. It was an example, and we can. I am not saying that it is limited to slums, or we only have to go to slums. And every like we can say area this is needed, and definitely also housewives are also suppressed, and we can go on other areas also.
Please conclude your points, Ms. Industry.
I'd like to conclude my point by saying, for this sensitive topic, we should do an awareness gap in general, not only pointing out or targeting the slums or.
I like to conclude that slum was an example, and I'm not saying that slum should only be the area, and definitely it should be. I've mentioned that it is for gender equality, not limited to women, and it should be done everywhere, not only slums. Thank you.
Any more motions on the floor? Member to my extreme right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to speak about the third gender, that is the transgender. We often see that in our country, this gender is looked upon. Even the basic right of a medical aid to this community is not provided. Even after their death, we see that in hospitals their bodies are not treated well. However, in the condition of their living, let's say that a doctor is to examine such patients. Most of the times, doctors are also not aware of what kind of treatment to give them or which ward to put this patient in. I request that my motion is that we visit the medical colleges in Mumbai and tell them to be aware about transgender health so that we can facilitate medical aid to them. Thank you.
Any points in support to the motion? Member to my left.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. The fact about bringing about awareness for transgender is extremely important because we're talking about gender equality. Transgender is actually something that takes place, it's a biological thing. So, accepting this in the community is very important. Now, why inequality is taking place, we can clearly see it in hospital wards. There is no ward for transgender people, and that makes it
evident that equality is not there. When it comes to, let's say, we often see people are always divided into girls or boys. But there's also a third gender biologically which takes place, and that is transgender. So, in all aspects, whether it's filling up of forms to even talking generally, girls, boys, and transgender, we can also give it a proper name, but they should be included in the community, and equal rights should be given to them as well.
Any more points in support to the motion? Member to my left. Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. One more point that can be added to this is not only the medical wards, but there could also be public neutral washrooms. So transgender is a very natural thing that cannot be avoided. It is a biological thing, as she mentioned, and they also deserve equal recognition in the society. So as we classified medical wards into females and males, in many public spaces, there should also be one more thing, that is a gender neutral washroom for transgender and non-binary people. Thank you.
I'll take this point as a separate motion, and I need you to raise this motion again when I ask. Any points in support of the original motion raised? Yes, member to my.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I'd also like to mention that awareness in hospitals, like my fellow member mentioned, is important because I think we often ignore the factor with transgenders is that have they medically transitioned or not? Do they just identify as a transgender as of yet? Or even though they are biologically transgender, have they completed their medical transition? And I feel like that is a very, very important aspect that comes into play regarding one's health.
Any points in contradiction to the motion? In support? Okay, so any new motions on the floor? Member to my extreme left.
Pura will take your motion, just the next one. Manasri Kadamba.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So my motion would be to raise awareness in public institutions regarding gender-neutral washrooms for transgenders and non-binary people, as they are often very neglected and even they have a stand in the society. Thank you.
Any points in support of this motion? Yes, member to my extreme left.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. The motion raised is definitely very important to be discussed upon, but it needs more detailed version. So what I would like to propose is that first we take a survey of people how they want to be identified. So let's say, as my fellow co-member also mentioned about transition. So if they have transitioned to be identified as a female or as a male or as gender neutral, so first a particular survey should be taken to identify them, and then we can talk about setting up of washrooms, and not just washrooms but in any public space where there is division as male and female, there should also be a third gender, whether it's in parliament or in any particular committees in the society. The third gender should also be included.
Any points in contradiction to the statement? To the raise point. Members who wish to speak should raise their placards up high. Any points in support? Yes, member to send.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I'd like to support the point or the motion raised for gender neutral washrooms. The power to make public washrooms remains with the MLA of the certain ward, and we can talk to the MLA and disburse funds that the youth assembly collects for this kind of project. But then doing a survey in a large scale would be impossible for street works.
Member who raised the motion would like to answer. Like both Manasri and wife, any one of you.
Thank you, Chair. I completely, like we can further talk about the distribution of funds to the local MLAs, but the thing is that we do not know the sincerity of the particular local MLA. We often see things about corruption that might take place. The funds that we collect with so much hard work, if we hand it over to a particular MLA, we never know it will be used for that purpose only. Secondly, surveys. I don't think surveys are impossible. With proper framework, we can definitely take up surveys so that we know the how much funds should be raised or what is the actual need to come up with the washrooms or public recognition.
Would you like to answer?
When it comes to donations from the public,
Mumbai did not recognize the chair, acknowledge the chair. It may take. Any more points in support of the motion? Any more points in contradiction to the motion? Yes, number which team?
I would like to contradict on the point where they said that we do the survey. I think taking up surveys is a very time-consuming process. Asking questionnaires or finding the right amount of population or finding the target group is a big issue. Also, sometimes people are, even if they accept themselves as non-binary, they are hesitant about it, and because it is a taboo. We've been knowing that if they are recognized, agreed, but sometimes they are hesitant about their own self. So I think it is very difficult for us to know what target group are we exactly capable.
Member who raised the motion, Manasri, and the member who supported the motion, Purva, would you like to answer? Yes, Manasri.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So, as she said, that it's still a taboo at many places, and which is very true. But in today's society, in today's teenagers, there are many people that have come out and recognized themselves as transgenders or non-binary people. So, we can start the surveys through them because they are open about it and they are free to speak about it. So, first we target those groups for surveys as I'm so sorry, as my fellow delegate mentioned, and then we can help other people by showing them that yes, there are more people like you who are there in the open, and it is a totally normal thing. Thank you.
Any new motions on the floor? Member to the center.
Thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. See, the media we consume today also plays a very important role towards respecting any gender. So, I think that we should stop watching or promoting movies where females or any sort of gender are objectified, or instead take strict actions, or a group of NGO and other people should, do a complete ban on it. The thing is, these movies or songs subconsciously manipulate our thoughts to a certain level, and because of this, the younger generation are falling prey to what you say wrong path.
Any points in support of the motion? Any points in contradiction to the motion? Member to the extreme right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Movies are said to be fictional. They don't be a part of the real life. There are disclaimers mentioned. Anything mean that oppose your thought doesn't mean that it's to impose you. It is for everyone to know, understand whatever they want to gain. That is the point. Thank you for listening.
Any more points in support of the motion? In oppose of the motion? Yes, 100%.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So I really think it's very wrong to infringe upon the right of the artists and the cinema industry to portray what they want. I mean, we have seen a lot of films promoting LGBTQ support. We've also seen some demonizing the LGBTQ community. And I think that's what art is. It's free. It's up to us what we want to express. And yeah, while I agree that media can influence the consumers' mindsets, but I still think that outright banning these movies or media is not a sustainable solution. Thank you.
Any new motions on the floor? Yes, 100%.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. So I think there is a stigma in the society worldwide that, for example, boys are associated with blue and girls are associated with pink. So it's a big stigma and it's just there in our brains, right? I mean, we can't even trace where it started at this point. And I propose that we start performing something called as gender reversal activities or role reversal activities, where even if we talk about, let's say, for example, educational institutions, then we can have girls leading sports and boys doing arts for like just an hour. Thank you.
Any more points in support of the motion? Member to my right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I'd like to add on to the same point by raising a similar motion. So my motion was, why not we create like a role for podcast? So creating podcast because teenagers now my age listen more to podcasts. So traditionally we believe that there are only female nursing students or boys who are gamers. So why not male nursing students coming and talking about their experiences or their the challenges that they have faced so that this creates an opportunity for others who are willing to do that, but traditionally or speaking like they don't get an opportunity to do it. Why? Because लड़के तो nurse नहीं बन सकते वैसा. So why not they come if we create a podcast and we just post it. So like that.
Any more points in support to the motion? Any more points in contradiction to the motion? Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. While we're talking about reversing the roles, when we are saying that we want to give them independence to choose whatever they want to do, irrespective of their genders, why just reverse it? Just give an open option. Thank you.
Member, would you like to answer it? The one who contradicted it. Yes, member to my right.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to say that we are focusing on equality and not equity here. Equality is treating everybody the same and equity is giving people what they want. So right now we know that they want to do it but they won't do it because traditionally it's a stigma that लड़के कभी ना कुछ बनेंगे या फिर लड़कियां ये नहीं करेंगी क्योंकि लड़कों का काम है. Just like that.
Remember, would you like to counter or address? Yes, the floor is open for debate.
Thank you, Chair. The point I want to make here is that she's saying that we should give my co-member is saying that we should tell boys that you can do this, you can do that. I mean, just like an encouragement. But why do we need to just bring that also into their mind that we are shifting you? Just keep it open that these are the list of activities, irrespective of your genders, you can join. Why certainly bring that sentence, make it so highlighting that yes, you can reverse it. I think it should just be open.
I think you got it wrong. It's not about reversal. We are not telling you to reverse it. What I meant was it was just a name given to the program that we choose. What I wanted is that only that we give them an option. Let them do it. It's not a stigma. We should encourage them to do it.
Members, you can take seats. Any new motions on the floor? Yes, member, my left.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. As we talk about gender equality, I would like to raise a motion to set up community skill labs for all the people. So over here, so it tailors everything. So if I focus on the slums, let's come to the slums first. Over there in the low income neighborhoods, if the woman is willing to, if she wants to, let's say drive a particular van that takes people to the construction site, we can teach them driving. So this is what I meant by community skills. If a particular man doesn't want to do the labor work and he wants to look after the kids, we'll teach them tailoring or cooking, these skills. When we talk about modern, if we come out on the modern side, if some girls or what if they want to become an F1 racer, so they do not have any idea on how can we go towards that, because occupations like racing are often taken as only gender specific towards males. So community skills, I meant to say, is we focus on teaching particular skills to everybody so that it's not gender specific. So setting up of these labs in all the areas so that males, females, binary, non-binary people who identify them as that, all of them can have an access.
Can you summarize your motion in a single sentence?
Sure. So setting up of community skill labs for all the people to perform whatever skill that they want to learn and not just which is forced by the society.
Any points in support to the motion? Any points to contradict to the motion raised? Member to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I agree that we should make people learn, but how will we get to know कि कितना क्या चाहिए? What are the requirements? Who will provide the funds? Basically, that is the main problem there. Firstly, we need to do the survey कि कितना होने वाला है? What is the thing? And इतना सब करने के लिए we need a wide thing. And एक lab banana is a very big task, requires a big amount of funds. So that's the problem there.
Member, would you like to say something?
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. I understand the issue raised by the co-member but the thing is, we do not require a survey in this. Just setting up a particular lab and whosoever wants to come and learn can learn it, a particular skill. But when it comes to when it comes to fundings, that is what we are here for. It comes to fundings, we can definitely build up labs. We can simplify it because we are here to come up with solutions. So any particular changes, facilities you want in the labs, open to suggestions.
More contradictions on the floor? Member left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I heard my fellow co-delegates saying that there is no survey needed in this motion, but that would be very wrong. If we set up a lab, what equipment do we need to put in? What kind of people would come in? Like, would there be people who want to learn swimming, or would there be people who want to learn driving? How do we know who is coming? And we need to plan accordingly, right? We cannot, it's not Doraemon's pocket, we can put in everything in there.
the extreme left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So, as my fellow delegate mentioned about setting labs and getting the materials required, so she mentioned a thing that was driving. So, for driving, you need a vehicle. And to get a vehicle, you need to raise that much amount of funds. And if you raise, even if you raise a decent amount of funds and get a vehicle, what about the other facilities like she mentioned, tailoring or other activities that can be included in the lab? Thank you.
The member who raised the motion would like to answer this.
So, thank you for the recognition, Chair.
Maybe you can check. Any more points in contradiction? Yes, member said that.
Okay, so coming to that, she told that my fellow member told that we can provide the driving skills or whatever is needed. So firstly कितना vehicle, how much vehicles will you provide? How many मतलब इतना funds होना चाहिए ना कि same time पे दो लोग आ रहे हैं, दो लोगों को driving सीखना है. How will you give the access? मतलब एक vehicle, दो vehicle, कितना vehicle provide करोगे? And अगर कोई ऐसा आ रहा है suppose जिसको कुछ अलग ही skills सीखना है, हमारे lab में नहीं है, so what will you do? So basically survey is very important in that.
To the member who raised the motion, I would like to ask you the plan of action. Send me it in a chat.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. Do I have to answer to the contradictions made? I can do that in one sentence.
Fine.
So first, when it comes to survey, I am completely against that youth, young people like us. Why can't it become a Doraemon's pocket? Why can't it become one where all the services are available? Why just limit it to particular services? It can definitely become a Doraemon's pocket. Secondly, coming up to vehicles. Driving does not mean that we buy vehicle. We can definitely collaborate with a motor learning school. They already have those facilities, right? The effort that we need to make is to collaborate with the motor learning school. That also answers my co-members. And yes, I would like to make an amendment that, okay, surveys needed to know the amount of skills required. For example, tailoring, cooking, that amendment can be made to come up with a good solution. But the fact that it cannot become Doraemon's pocket, I'm completely against it.
Member, would you like to contradict one?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair.
The floor is open for debate.
So I would like to mention the point that it's very tough to implement something on a very large scale, right? We can be very selective about the skills that we offer in that specific lab. Hence, I mentioned that it can't be a Doraemon's pocket. It was just an indication that we can't be fictitious about what the quantity of services we do provide in our lab, and that's why I mentioned it. The plan of action for this motion would be very helpful in order to know whether it can be a Doraemon's pocket or it cannot be. Thank you.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. Now that my co-member has now specified what they meant by mentioning Doraemon's pocket, because the changes have been made in definition of Doraemon's pocket, so I agree with that. But when it comes to coming with an action plan, definitely I'll provide that. We need these community labs so that gender equality is promoted, so that any person can come in the lab and take up the skill that they want to learn. This does require a particular amount of funds, and that is what we are here for. We can come up with solutions to make it as less as possible and provide more facilities in the skill club. But if this is implemented, another point, large scale. We might not be able to do it now, but starting or targeting with small areas, we can definitely gradually expand it. So starting with small scale, we can definitely implement this solution.
I had mentioned the earlier statement in regard to there is no survey needed. Hence, there is an amendment in that point. I do agree with this that the lab can be used, that it is a feasible solution if there are proper surveys. and we do proper planning in that.
Both conclude your points.
I would like to conclude by saying that if proper survey and proper planning is done, this is feasible.
I would like to conclude by saying that looking at the support made by the members, together we can definitely come up with solutions for the community lab. But the fact that this is being considered, it's really good. Thank you.
Any new motions on the floor? According to the time we have, we can take 4 more motions. That's it. Any motions on the floor? Last 4. Yes, member will send us. And I request members who wish to speak to raise their club cards up high.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I was waiting since all the motion I was listening. I like to highlight a very basic point here that we daily travel in public transport in buses, train. Is there any gender equality there? Do we have a reserved seat for gents? We only have reserved seats for women in bus, correct? In train we have reserved ladies coaches. But in gents coaches, women can enter anytime, anywhere. Also in bus, women can sit in seats. But after that, what happens? Men suffer. Men have to stand. Men have to suffer from all the things. So this is not correct. We are talking about equality. So we should implement in our very basic need, that is public transport, which we travel daily. Thank you.
Any points in support to the motion? Any points in support to the motion?
I heard a lot of banning in support as well as in contradiction. So when you ban, it means you have points to say. It means that you really support the motion.
Or contradict it? Member to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. The motion raised is actually phenomenal. We have to think about the grassroots level as well. So, reserving seats for men can be done. It is important. At the same time, we also have to take a look that even when the seats are reserved for women, sometimes even men come and sit. And if we try to fight or defend, there are times when a woman can't defend and she doesn't get the social support from the people in the past. So these instances have happened, and that is why I'm mentioning this. So when we talk about gender equality, we can reserve seats for men, for women, and for transgenders. So even this should be done. So if this amendment is made, then definitely this motion is a very good solution.
Member who raised the motion would like to answer this.
So again, we have been. Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging.
Any more contradictions on the floor? Member will comment.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I think we're forgetting a really big aspect in this discussion is that there is a difference between giving equal rights right now and achieving gender equality at some point. And I really hope that there does not have to be seats reserved for women, so on. But I really hope that we reach that point first, wherein there is equality to that level that we don't have to reserve seats for women, transgender people. That needs to be achieved first before giving reserved seats for men, women, and transgender, all of them. I'd also like to add that if we are giving reserved seats for everybody, why not just make separate modes of transport? Why not make a bus that is all women's? Why not make a bus that is all men's? That is again, it is discriminating in a way. So I do agree to the fact that there shouldn't be seats that are specially allocated to women, but I also believe that we need to reach that point in equality. We need to achieve that equality before that is removed.
Any more points in contradiction? Member to my extreme left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I would firstly like to support what my fellow delegate said. That is, if we are talking about gender equality, then why make a reservation or reserved seats for men? We can remove it totally, like not even for female and not even for males. And secondly, I would like to make a contradiction to the motion that was first said that we have different compartments in trains for women, but females can go into the general compartments of men. So one point that I'm missing here is that one of the main reasons that the different compartment was made was because when we are in the peak hours of local, we all have seen the rush of it. So when we are in the peak hours, one reason that females have a different compartment is because there are so many men and many, like I could say almost 70 to 80% of the female feel uncomfortable going in between that many men because they know what happened. We all know what happened, and it is so common. That was one of the main reasons that a different compartment was made. Even while traveling late at night, females prefer to go into the female compartment even if the male compartment is totally empty. Because we are scared that if we go to the female compartment, somebody would talk to us inappropriately or try to reach us inappropriately. Thank you.
Member who raised the motion would like to counter.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So in my initial motion, I just mentioned about the seats. I did mention that we have to remove the reserved seats. My motion was to we can have equal reservation seats. Now, as my fellow delegate said, that if we reach to a point where there are no reserved seats, now we all know there is a physical difference between men and women. So if there are no reserved seats for women, then men can easily take the seats and women will be left standing. So there is definitely a need of reservation, and my motion was we can reserve seats equally for both men and women. So that it wasn't a discriminating at all. I was just mentioning the biasness of these reservations. Thank you.
Members in oppose of this motion. Member to the center.
Thanks for the acknowledgement, Chair. When we consider, be it a train or buses, there are two aspects. There are seats reserved not only for women but also senior citizens or physically able people as well. So the reason why there were separate sections for both of them, or why the seats were reserved in buses, or why the compartments are made in the trains, is the physical aspect. Men are tend to be more stronger when compared to female or senior citizens, and people are not considerate enough. When we actually look at the peak hours, as my co-member pointed out, people would not care. People would go just jump on you, and they would not even care to pick you up. That's the reason why separate compartments are made for female. And when we talk about if we talk about the equal ratio for both men and women, if we look at in the trains, the number of women traveling as compared to men is way less, or not as much as men do. So if we think about doing it equal there, that would be, then it would affect the men population if they would get the less number of compartments. Same is for the buses as well.
Member who raised the motion would like to address.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So again, as my fellow delegate said that
Just a minute. The floor is open for debate.
so as my fellow delegate said that why compartment was made. So the motion is not why compartment is made. Definitely there is need of different compartments. So my motion was women can enter in general compartments, right or not. So in peak hours, some women enter there, and as my fellow delegate they also said that whatever happens, like कुछ भी हो जाता है बस में जेंट्स चढ़ते रिजर्व सीट में कुछ भी हो जाता है every time कुछ नहीं होता है there are conductors, there are other passengers also support them that they can't sit. So if we are in a basically talking about metropolitan city, everyone has a sense of basicness that yeah it is reserved, so I can't sit there. In case if the seat is empty and no ladies is there, then only the seat is reserved by the men. This is my point. Thank you.
That case, I agree to you. It needs to be monitored and it needs to come from within. Even for the females and male parts, it actually needs to be monitored. I agree with you.
Both can take this. Any new motions on the floor? Yes, member to the center.
Thank you for acknowledging me, sir. I would like to talk about the challenging traditional gender roles in is essential to achieve true gender equality. तो मेरा प्रोजेक्ट आइडिया ये रहेगा कि हमें कैंपेन हेल्प करेंगे उसका नाम होगा redefine roles with workshops and activities showing that both men and women can share all equal roles at home, school and work.
Any members in
Thank
support of
you.
this motion? Yes, member to my left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So I would like to say that this is very essential because when we look at it from our point of view, we often see that people say to their friends, "यार तू तो लड़का है, तुझे क्यों ये काम करना है? ये तो लड़कियों वाला है, तुझे क्यों जाना है? तुझे क्यों कुकिंग करना है?" So we are a modernized society. There are we can say that in our we are a modernized society, and there are many people that normalize this. That yes, guys can do cooking. That yes, girls can also go driving. But there are many sectors in the society where people say, "यार तू लड़का है, तुझे क्यों ड्राइविंग करनी है? यार ये तो लड़की है, अगर इसके पीछे बैठेंगे तो of course accident होगा." So educating them that it is okay for a girl to drive and that it is okay that if the girl is driving and she will not cause an accident is very important. So, running a campaign like this would be a very great initiative. Thank you.
Any more points in support to the motion? Yes, member to my right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I would like to say in support that there is a difference between sense of responsibility and being self-sufficient. Here, my member, what he told was that we should know what other people can do, like the roles of women, cooking and everything. I'm not telling it is their role, but in a family, if a father is bringing income home, it is the role of mother to bring the child up, to cook for everyone. But in case if the mother is bringing income to the home, it is the role of father. So there is a very difference between role of responsibility and being self-sufficient.
Members in support of the motion. Members in oppose. People who wish to speak should raise their cut up hand. Members in oppose of the motion. Member to the extreme back center.
Thank you for acknowledging me. I'd like to contradict the fellow delegate's point when he said that if the father is not earning and the mother is earning, then it is the responsibility of the father to raise the child. Why cannot it be 50-50 both or 80-20 or 60-40? Right? It has to be like it's always dependency. One is not that the other is. You do a little, I do a little. Why can't it go like that?
The member who raised the motion would like to address this.
थैंक यू फॉर अकनॉलेजिंग मी, सर. सो मेरा क्वेश्चन बेसिकली ये था कि बहुत 50-50 जिसकी फेलो मेंबर ने बोला था वो सेम है, लेकिन मिसकम्युनिकेशन की वजह से इन्होंने एक ही थोड़ा चेंज होता था. तो मेरा मोशन सेम ही था कि 50-50 होना चाहिए. एसेंशियल है, कैंपेन होना चाहिए, सबको इक्वली होना चाहिए.
Any more contradictions? Member to my left.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. I would like to contradict to a point which was made in support of the motion. As my co-member mentioned that if the father is bringing income, then the mother has to cook. This clearly means that you mean to say if the father is bringing income, the mother doing cooking is not considered as a job. Just because the mother is cooking and not bringing a particular amount of money to the house does not mean that the mother is not doing a job. So mentioning this that the father is bringing income, so mother should cook is completely wrong. If the father is bringing income, sometimes the father can also cook.
or if the mother is cooking, the father can take care of the children. So responsibility should be divided. But mentioning about income and cooking, this analogy is completely wrong. Thank you.
Any more contradictions on the floor? The last contradiction. Yes. Member to my left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I'd like to actually put forth a question. What is your plan of action when you're suggesting this motion? Are we planning to micromanage families? What is our plan of action? How do we do this? Except from awareness campaigns. I think there's been a lot of movies made, there have been a lot of awareness campaigns already there. What is something new that we can do? What is something different? How are we contributing?
The member who raised this motion would like to answer it.
थैंक यू फॉर एक्नॉलेजिंग मी सर। तो जैसे कि मेरे फेलो मेंबर्स ने बोला, तो माय मेन पॉइंट इज अवेयरनेस सारी जगह हो रहा है, लेकिन बोलते हैं ना वो इम्पैक्ट हमें दिख रहा नहीं है। तो मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ, जो बोलते बोलते तो सभी करते हैं, लेकिन हम इन ग्राउंड जाके अगर एक मूवी सब देखते हैं, नो फॉल्ट, लेकिन हम इन ग्राउंड जाके अगर एक कैंपेन वर्कशॉप ऐसे रखते तो ऑब्वियसली पीपल आएंगे, पीपल देखेंगे, थोड़ा तो उसमें चेंज आएगा। ऐसे नहीं कि भाई मूवी देख के आगे भाई हमें कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा।
Due to time constraints, we'll take one last motion. Any motions on the floor? Purva, send me your motion in a chat. Yes, Vishka.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I'd like to raise a motion, gender-neutral school uniforms. We've seen, since we were children, there have been uniforms, girls have been having a tunic, guys have been having track pants, which is fine for our basic uniforms, but let's focus on PT uniforms. In a lot of schools, PT uniforms for girls are still skirts. How do you expect somebody to play sports with the same rigor, with the same passion in a skirt? This was there in my school itself, and we had a change to be track pants and shirts, both for the guys and the girls, for the PT uniforms. And I think it's really important to, not have our clothing restrict our potential. And this also helps for transgender and non-binary individuals. I understand that, some may think that it's too young for kids to identify themselves as something, but it is our duty to make a safe space for them to even think about it. I get that medical implications do, come into factor when somebody is a transgender, somebody identifies as non-binary. But in the end, it is our duty to give them that safe space to even think about it. I wouldn't want any child feeling left out, feeling weird or feeling uncomfortable in their uniform just because they are traditionally a girl or they're traditionally a guy, right? So I think gender neutral school uniforms is something that we can implement. We can approach schools. It also saves on costs for schools since there don't need to be two different designs, two different implementations. I think it really would help streamline a lot of things.
Any points of support to this motion? Yes, member to the center. I wish that new people speak.
Thanks for acknowledgement, Chair. I think I'm supporting my fellow member because this is already applied in many schools over here in Bombay. That's it. We don't need to make more campaigns and stuff on this.
So do you support the point?
Yeah, I support, but we don't have to take any initiative for it.
You can take it. Any more points in support for the motion? Yes, member at the back.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. I completely agree with the point put forth by my fellow member of the Assembly. To add on to this, to actually identify schools which have this issue of school uniform, we have to conduct some kind of survey to actually identify the schools which have this. So once that is done, then we definitely have to bring about this change because there is no doubt that
clothing shall not restrict one's ability to do any particular skill. So adding on to this is doing a survey and then implementing the motion.
Any more points of support?
Multiple members.
Yes, member to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Basically, uniforms exist. Uniforms care. Basically, a sense of equalness of the students is necessary, right? So why are we first only dividing it on the basis of gender? Why make it the skirts? Why the pant for men? It should be gender neutral. We should start from there. It is called a uniform. It should be having some uniformity, right? Thank you.
Any points of contradiction? Yes, member at the back.
Thank you for acknowledging me. I'd like to say that, as she mentioned, that there are skirts and sometimes it is not comfortable, but I don't think any school anywhere, not even Mumbai, anywhere would have a skirt without a divider or a skirt. It is always like that since childhood because I haven't seen any school that has like a proper skirt for running or anything. It always has been a skirt or any other divider skirt.
Any more points of contradiction? Yes, member to my left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. See, when you are wearing a uniform, you actually represent the school. So instead of thinking about yourself, I'm not telling that you shouldn't do that, but it's on a higher level. You represent the school. It is a committee. It is a professional body. So if they want you to wear something which is not comfortable, like the member said, we should first conduct a survey, not just jump to conclusions where we are dividing where they want to wear, what they want to wear. And as part of the school, if you follow what they are telling, you represent them. So it is good for you and everyone else there.
You can take it. The chairman would like to ask the member who raised this motion the plan of action for the motion.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. The initial plan of action I would like to propose is, can I also mention a point that my fellow member said?
Later.
Okay, so the plan of action that I have initially wanting to propose is that we can approach schools, first create a survey. I think that's a very integral part of any project we execute in streetcars. So first create a survey report, and then based on the schools that are not that fit into the category where we can carry out this project, I think we can really go talk to the management on how this can benefit them, how this can cut down their costs, show them the perks of gender equal uniforms, not just socially but also economically. I think that would really give them a push towards it. And I do have to mention that schools in Bombay are already doing this. I agree, but that's gonna add to the push to other schools to implement it. It's definitely some sort of a chain reaction. As more schools implement this, it's only gonna get better.
Okay. Now concluding the session, we'll move towards voting. Before starting the voting for gender equality, I got 3 motions for quality education. First we'll take those. I read out the motion. We often talk about going to scheduled, secluded places, giving education, but there are many students now. There are many students who have the potential but not the means to success. So for them, we can go make them aware about the government, make them aware about government schemes, guiding them through the paperwork. Honestly, would you like to explain this in a small sentence?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So basically, my motion was that we often talk about going to secluded places and giving the kids over there quality education. But there are also many kids who have the potential to study and who genuinely want to study, but they are not aware about the government schemes, and they're also not very aware about how to proceed with it. So we can help them with the documentation on how to proceed with these things. Thank you.
Members in support of this motion say yay. Members in support of this motion say yay. Members who oppose this motion say nay.
Nay.
I need everyone to participate in the voting as it is crucial for deciding the motion is passed or not. I repeat again, because this motion is really good. If we implement it in a proper way, we will have a sustainable change. Members who wish to pass this motion say yay.
Yay.
Members who wish to not pass this motion say nay.
Nay.
Members who wish to pass this motion raise their cards. Motion passed. Second motion that I got is from Rochelle. Rochelle, would you like to explain it in a small span of time?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, while talking about quality education, one thing that everyone was concerned about the quality certified professionals who will be teaching the students. So, to ensure that, I suggest that there are many courses online through various edtech platforms where the courses are maybe not that affordable to the underprivileged children. But we could conduct a survey. Suppose in an area there are around 10 students who are interested in a particular course and they want to avail that online course, but they don't have the financial stability to avail that course. So we could give them that course, and they could avail that lifelong. So now these 10 students will be educated in that course, and further on, looking at them, another batch of students will also avail that course, which is a lifelong availability. Thank you.
Members in support of this motion say yay.
Yay.
Members not in support of this motion say nay. Motion passed. The third motion that I got is from Ria. Ria, would you like to explain it?
Thank you. I'd like to say that why don't we prepare a program or a motion where we get students who have just given their MBA to come and talk to people who are aspiring to do it. Because what happens is I don't know when to prepare for my SAT or class or when to start preparing, how to do it, whether to take coaching or to not take coaching, how much duration, and they have done it right now. So for them it is quite easy because they know the curriculum, they know how to study, whether to do it in groups or whether to do it alone. So why not they come and talk to people who are aspiring to do that? So our plan of action would be finding such people who want to pursue and then making our MBA friends, because in our colleges we have management students who are there. They can just come and talk for like half an hour or 45 minutes and give their say on the top.
Members in support of this motion say yay.
Yay.
Members not in support of this motion say nay.
Nay.
Members in support of this motion raise their cards. Members opposed of this motion raise their cards. Motion passed. Okay, just a minute. Now coming to the motions of gender equality. first motion was gender sensitization program. Members in support of this motion say yay. Members in oppose of this motion say nay.
Nay.
Motion not passed. Second motion was spreading awareness amongst men and women, harassment among them. Members in support of this motion say yay.
Yay.
Members in oppose of this motion say nay.
Nay.
Members in support of this motion say yay.
Yay.
Members in oppose of this motion say nay.
Nay.
Motion passed. Third motion was awareness sessions on employment for women, which had two sub-points. First was job opportunities like Zomato and Swiggy. And second point was health aspects, vaccines. Members in support of this motion say yay.
Yay.
Members in oppose of this motion say nay.
Nay.
Members in support of this motion raise their cards. Members in oppose of this motion raise their cards. I need each and everyone to participate in voting. There is a tie, so the chair table has the veto. So we'll pass this motion. Fourth motion was awareness in slums about gender equality. Later that slum was changed to not only slum but all the other areas. Members in support of this motion raise their placards. Members in support of this motion raise their placards. Members in oppose raise their placards. Motion not passed. Next motion was transgender medical aids, and then later turned not only to medical aids but all aspects. Members in support of this motion say yay.
Yay.
Members not in support of this motion say nay.
Nay.
Members who support this motion raise their cards. Members in oppose raise their cards. Motion passed. Next motion was raising awareness and building gender neutral washrooms. Members in support of this motion say yay.
Yay.
Members in oppose say nay.
Nay.
I need everyone to participate in voting by saying yay and nay. You cannot be silent. You need to be either this side or that side. Members in support of this motion say yay.
Yay.
Members not in support of this motion say nay.
Nay.
Members in support of this motion raise their cards.
And I request everyone to raise their placards like up high so we can see.
Members not in support of this motion raise their cards. It is a tie. Chair table has the veto. motion is passed. Next was gender reversal programs slash activities or activities. Members in support of this motion say yay.
Yay.
Members not in support of this motion say nay.
Yay.
Motion not passed. Setting up community-based skilled labs. Setting up community skilled labs. Members in support of this motion say yay.
Yay.
Members not in support of this motion say nay.
Nay.
Motion not passed. Next motion is making amendments in reserved seats. Members in support of this motion say yay.
Yay.
Members in oppose of this motion say nay.
Nay.
Motion not passed. Last motion, gender neutral school uniforms. Members in support of this motion say yay.
Yay.
Members in oppose of this motion say nay.
Nay.
Members in support raise your cards. I request everyone to raise their cards up high. Members in oppose raise your cards. Motion passed. There is one last motion that I got from Jay. Purva, would you like to explain it? It is a complete plan of action. Please explain it in a detail, but within.
So thank you, Chair, for recognition. The plan of action was given to your chair because the chair asked for it. So the plan of action goes like, first we do a survey for the skills required, what are required. Secondly, we set up a basic lab or a basic room with whatever basic material so that it can be under one roof.
This was the previous motion view.
Yeah.
Both things or
No, the motion is different and
Please say about the motion.
okay, about the motion. So the motion I raised is to carry out awareness campaigns to abolish taboos in rural areas and orthodox taboos which are present, because whatever solutions that we came up with to implement these in all parts of in all places, we need people to empty their pre-baggages or orthodox. So for that, we need to carry out some awareness campaigns to eradicate taboos. It cannot be ignored. Even though it's a sensitive topic, we have to solve it.
members in support of this motion say yay.
Yay.
Members in oppose of this motion say nay.
Nay.
Motion not passed. The assembly is paused here. We'll resume the assembly after lunch. The lunch is in the PCD college canteen. I request OC members to please take care of the hospitality and show them way to the canteen. Thank you. The assembly will resume. Listen. The assembly will resume at sharp 2. Okay. I need everyone in the Climate action. Everyone ready? Any opening speeches on the floor for climate action? Anyone who hasn't spoke yet? Yes, number to my right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So, climate change is no longer a problem of future, it's a crisis we are living right now. From rising heating in Mumbai to unseasonal rains and flooding, our environment is giving us warning signals. Climate action means not just saving nature, but saving our health, homes, and future. Thank you.
Any more opening speeches on the floor? Anyone who hasn't spoke yet? Okay, number to my right.
Hello. Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Melting glaciers, rising sea levels, and global temperatures, deforestation, and very poor air quality index is a negative sign that our planet is giving us, and we need to wake up before it's too late. We need to act soon because the world we live in today is the one we leave behind for future generations. Because this is our home and there is no planet B. Thank you.
Any more opening speeches on the floor? Member to my extreme left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. Today I stand before you here as a student watching our planet change before my own eyes. From the heat waves in Mumbai to the floods in Assam, climate change is no longer a future threat but a daily reality. For decades, we have relied heavily on fossil fuels, which have released harmful pollutants and greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, causing global warming. In India, cities like Mumbai are dealing with rising temperatures and frequent floods, which have a significant impact on things like agriculture, infrastructure, and people's life. If this is left unchecked, the consequences of climate change will be very dire for the future generations. So let's fight for cleaner air, greener jobs, and a future that doesn't melt right in front of us. Thank you.
Any motions on the floor? You have to raise your placard up high so I can see. Member to my right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So, I would like to propose that starting a monthly project on paper recycling drive. Like whenever we use notebooks, there are always unleft pages are left that we have not used it. So, collecting those pages for recycling and giving to that to children that are underprivileged will help. Thank you.
Is there any member in support of the motion raised? Member to my left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. The motion raised is something really we can work upon more. The fact that many pages go unused in the notebook is important. What we often do is it's often we we usually sell it and get money from those books when it's often given to so-called kabadi wala as we say in Hindi. But over here, recycling the pages will be much better than just gaining a particular sum of amount because that can be paper is something which can be recycled multiple times. And if the quality is such that cannot be really not used further, it can be used as rough sheets if possible. So I feel recycling, there are many paper plants which are available in Mumbai that actually carry out paper recyclation. So collaborating with those recycling units, we can definitely implement this solution. Thank you.
Any more points in support of this motion? Any point in contradiction to this motion? Yes, member to my left.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. I would say this point doesn't go with the agenda that we are discussing about, that is the climate action, because we know that even though there are some pages that are remaining after we use a book, हम वो रद्दी वाले में देते हैं और रद्दी वाला इंसर्ट उसको रिसाइकल करता है, रिसाइकल होते वापस से it becomes a book. So I don't think so this is a point to be discussed upon under the topic climate action.
The member who raised the motion would like to answer this.
Actually, what I would like to say.
Member, you wish to acknowledge the chair. You can sit down. Any more motions on the floor? Yes, member to my center. Before you start, I'd like to tell each and everyone present here, we need motions which are more practical than more awareness based. ऐसे motions बताओ which we will be able to execute after the assembly. Awareness to spread कर सकते हैं, but we have funds. Awareness हम without fund भी कर सकते हैं. We have funds, so we will do project which will create an impact in practical life. Fine.
And also the motions you are raising should be long term and also sustainable. So please focus on that also. Awareness anyone can spread, and already many people are spreading the awarenesses, and we can see that outcome. So please focus on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I would like to raise the motion to paint the slum rooftops in the Chembur or Dharavi sites with a white solar reflective paint to reduce the heat inside the house by 5 degrees Celsius.
Any points in support of this motion? Any points in support of this motion? Raise your placard. Any points in opposed to this motion? Any more motions on the floor? Yes, member, my left.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. I would like to raise a motion to start a plastic bottle recycling unit. The framework which I have is we all know the company Bisleri. They have Bisleri bottles for change campaign. The company or the campaign actually wants more collection from ground level. So I have been a part of this personally. I put forth this in this assembly so that our NGO or all of us together can collaborate with Bisleri Bottles for Change. The thing being is that they have their own vans already which come to collect the plastic they generated. It's just that we need to find a place where all the people can collect the tons of plastic that they bring in. An example which I would like to state is in my school, on every weekend, Saturday and Sunday, we through Facebook of our own school, we generated posters so that people can come in. 10 tons of plastic was collected on our school ground where we used to play, and from there the Bisleri van used to collect it and it used to get recycled. So this campaign we can put forth so that we collaborate with Bisleri Bottles for Change.
What is the standard DOA for it?
A plan of action. So we have to first contact Bisleri Bottles for. We need to first contact the Bisleri company. They have an official website. Through that, we can collaborate with them. I'll have to further research on this to give you all a proper plan of action. If you will give me some time, I'll try to contact and do that.
Any points in support of this motion? Okay. Any points in support of this motion? Yes, member to my left.
Thanks for the acknowledgement, Chair. I would rather support this point in a way where there is something that already exists, but not with the company Bisleri. There are the machines. You must have seen it on the stations and local places जहाँ पे machines होते हैं उसमें bottle डालते हैं or it gives you money. So we can improvise that plan in this way so that we can save the pollution that is done by plastic, and also it will be helpful for the people in some sort because they'll get money जितने बॉटल वो लोग उसमें डालेंगे उस हिसाब से.
Any more points in support? Any points in contradiction to this motion? Is everyone sleepy? Okay, we'll do an exercise. I'll do it myself with you. When I say stand, you need to stand. When I say sit, you need to sit. Fine.
We are not fit.
Then I need you all to be proactive in the assembly. I can see. Fine. Next motion on the floor. Any new motions on the floor? Except these three people. Yes. Agam.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So my motion was to construct or to build an water tank in उस एरिया के अंदर जहाँ पे एरिया भी है ग्रीनरी भी है वो एरिया को अपन ग्रीनरी को अपन सही तरीके से यूटिलाइज करके उसको एक एग्रीकल्चरल लैंड के अंदर अपन कन्वर्ट कर सकते हैं और अगर अपन वहाँ पे एक अच्छा वाटर टैंक या बोरिंग काइंड ऑफ थिंग लगाते हैं ना तो वो जो एरिया है वो भी एक अच्छे से यूज में आएगा वहाँ पे अपन ग्रेन्स प्रोड्यूस कर सकते हैं वेजिटेबल व्हाटएवर और जो वहाँ की लिविंग बीइंग है आसपास वाली वो भी एक अपनी लाइफ को एक अच्छी तरीके से सस्टेन कर पाएगी.
Any points in support of this motion? Any points in opposed to this motion? Yes, member at the back. Member at the back.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. We can surely proceed with this plan, but then finding a land and वो land का यूज करना तो permanently वो land assured रहना चाहिए कि हमारे पास ही रहे, हमारे ही करनी, but इसके लिए land कहाँ से मिलेगा?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. तो my answer was कि just like वो जो land है ना वो self owned नहीं जो लैंड ऐसे ही पड़ी जो बिल्कुल अंडर प्रिविलेज्ड लोगों के पास है जहाँ पे कुछ भी कंस्ट्रक्शन पॉसिबल नहीं है यहाँ तक कि वहाँ पे गवर्नमेंट भी अभी तक पहुंची नहीं है. मैं उस लैंड की बात कर रहा हूँ जो जिसका कोई रजिस्ट्रेशन पट्टा अभी तक नहीं हुआ है मोस्टली.
अंडर प्रिविलेज लोगों के पास लैंड कहाँ से है?
नहीं वो जो लैंड है जो
members you can take your seat. Jian, you missed to acknowledge the chair.
Sorry, Chair.
Any new motions on the floor? Anyone who hasn't spoke yet? Yes, member to the center. To right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So we can collaborate with school, colleges, or like school or orphanages, and we can collaborate and we could build a tree plantation drive with them, as it would be sustainable in future for them, and it will bring a different type of learning for them.
Any points in support with the motion? Any points in contradiction with the motion? This is for the contradiction, right? Member to my right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. See, there are many organizations that do the tree plantation drives, but what the major problem they all face is, after planting, who is going to take care of them? We just can't keep it in the EFC to take care of them. So, if you have any plan of action to propose some people to take care of them for rest of the time, we can go forward with it. Thank you.
The member who raised the motion, do you have a proposed plan of action?
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So my plan of to acknowledge it would be like we could collaborate with a concerned local authority and uh, look forward in the future to continuously contribute that. Like ऐसा नहीं कि एक बार करके छोड़ दिया. Collaboration रहेगा authority के साथ तो जो भी changes वगैरह तो.
Any points in opposed to the motion? Yes, number 2, Mary.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. I would like to add to what one of my fellow members said. Who is going to take care of them? With this, by your permission, I would like to raise a motion in continuation with this.
I would like to raise a motion separately.
Okay.
First, we need to complete the points.
Okay. So I am not sure if you are aware, but it is very hard to collaborate with certain companies and organizations or even the government. There's no accountability based on it. And secondly, street cause, you can't really collaborate in street cause. So that is another point I would like to put forward. That's it.
Any more points of contradiction? Any new motions on the floor? Member mic screen right back.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to raise the point where you adopt a park or a lake. So we are taking the responsibility for cleaning and maintaining it. We will take permission from the local authority, and then so initially we'll start with surveying, checking conditions like water pollution here. If there is more of the ground litter pollution or we have some problem with the trees, and then we could like conduct volunteers and every week or every day we could just one go there, check. And also every Saturday or every Sunday we could conduct like yoga sessions or kids treasure hunt sessions for the same for the same park. So this will also reduce pollution. If helping the trees, it will reduce the carbon emissions. We could also plant trees there. But firstly, we have to take permission from the local authority.
Any points in support of this motion? Yes, member to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. I would like to add on my point on that because in our locality, most of the parks and gardens actually suggested they have been taken less care of and they've not been paid the attention that they deserve to be paid. So it would be a nice duty as if we do it, it would count as a social service from our side as well as it will help for the environment and it will maintain the cleanliness and the way it deserves to be kept. Thank you.
Any more points of support? Any points of contradiction? Member to my left.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. What I would like to state here is adopting a particular lake. How is that helping in solving the problem of climate change? Adopting a lake will only focus on the biodiversity of that particular lake. And adopting a lake, just cleaning it every day, how is that making a bigger impact on climate change? Is what I want to mention. Because it's a very small step and it hardly makes any change with respect to doing something for the environment. And treasure hunts, I think investing our funds or time in treasure hunts and all the recreation activities is not necessary. It does not align with doing something for climate action.
Member who raised the motion, would you like to answer?
Thank you for acknowledging me. I'd like to say that lake was just a suggestion. Our initial idea was for the park only. And
Yes.
I'm talking about the lake water pollution is a big concern. People use that water somewhere or the other. There are animals coming. Khani Creek is a big home for the flamingos that are coming in Mumbai. So it's a big lake obviously, but I'm talking it starts with a small change, right?
You can take it. Any more points of support? Yes, member to my right.
I would like to support by the point that there is a term called soil erosion. If you try to adopt a lake which is maintained regularly, the lakes really help in providing the vegetation and prevent from soil erosion, which will help us do less maintenance on the vegetation. So yes, it can help in less pollution.
Any more points of support? Member to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. To add up on the point which my fellow member stated that this is a very small step. It is a small step because we stated as a one park, but if we divide in teams and we do various parks simultaneously, it will result into a bigger change and a better future for sure. But only if we put in the equal efforts.
Any more points of contradiction? Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, as far the concern is about parks and lakes, I believe that, as per my knowledge, this is under the government administration, and the maintenance of parks and creating decommissioned areas for public and even cleanliness of lakes come under government organizations, I believe. So that's why I like to contradict.
The member who raised this motion would you like to answer? Any more motions on the floor? New motions on the floor? Someone who hasn't spoken. Yes, member to the second.
Hello. Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So my motion is regarding, as this session is focused on climate change, there are various animal species, or we can say organisms, which are also facing such climate change condition. Uh, in terms, we will focus if we clearly see that more than us, there are various animal species which are facing problems due to climate change. So, as a street cause, which is NGO, so we should be also more focused to save such living organisms or animals by fundraising, which then this fund can be useful for rehabilitation of such animals and take care of them. Very few NGOs are doing that. So if street was take a part in this, that will be really helpful.
Any points of support to the motion? Any points of contradiction? Member to my right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I fail to understand your plan of action for how to preserve or conserve these organisms.
Remember, you were asked to contradict the point, not question.
Okay, I actually wanted to question.
Any more points of contradiction? Yes, member to my left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So, first of all, we were discussing on the topic of climate change and how can you preserve the climate. But we diverted and we went to how can you save the organisms. And secondly, I would like to contradict that there are many NGOs that look after animals that are suffering because of climate change. So, that was my question, that how is this related to how we can preserve the
Again,
climate?
remember, you were supposed to give a contradiction, not ask a question.
No, I have the contradiction. Firstly, that there are many NGOs that are already looking after these animals that are being affected due to the climate change. Thank you.
Any more points of contradiction? Any new motions on the floor? Yes, member to my left.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I propose a motion where we do an urban mangrove restoration. So basically, we identify coastal areas and then we plant saplings of mangrove. So this will do two, three things in when it is in concern of climate change. That first of all, it will give regular oxygen like any other plant. Moreover, it will combat soil erosion problem in the coastal areas.
Can you please summarize your point again?
Urban mangrove restoration. So basically, we'll identify coastal areas and we'll plant mangroves where there were earlier mangroves, but they got damaged or due to some issues.
Any points of support to the motion? Yes, member.
Thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. Actually, I had the same motion to propose, so I will just add on to that. So, like my motion was organizing a mangrove reforestation and plantation drive along the mangrove belts in Mumbai. So, like I also have a plan of action. So basically, Mumbai's mangroves are vital for protecting the city's coastline because as it is a coastal city, it's very vulnerable to climate change, to flash floods, to like seasonal flooding, etc. In the last 20 years, Mumbai has lost around 23% of its mangrove covers. Environmentalists and experts have warned that large-scale mangrove destruction can be catastrophic for Mumbai's ecology. The PMC has proposed compensatory afforestation plans for mangroves, but the measures and its like results remain debatable. So I propose that we as a street cause NGO take up our own initiative in this mangrove forestation drive. And firstly, why mangroves? Like compared to normal saplings, mangroves protect against floods and absorbs 5 to 10 times more carbon than regular forest trees. It's also important for local algae and aquatic marine biodiversity. Just a second. So I'll propose a plan of action. There are around 6 to 7 major mangrove areas where we can implement this project. So first of all is Savory, Borai, Versova, Airoli, Thane mangroves, DPS Flamingos Lake in Airoli, etc. So now comes the major question that after we will plant this project, who will take care of it, how we will do it. Okay, so first we will acquire the saplings with the permission of forest department from the nursery. After like planting the mangrove saplings in these critical areas, the jurisdiction will fall under the Maharashtra Forest Department and Maharashtra Coastal Zone Management Authority, which takes their work is plantation and conservation, coastal surveillance, biodiversity, and biodiversity monitoring. So we can do this plan. I am open to any questions.
Any points of support? Any points of support to the motion? Any points of contradiction to the motion? Member to my extreme right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So even I have researched on this mangrove plantation. It's unlike just tree plantation in the sea, kind of, not exactly. But as he said that authority will be required to give permission. So are they aware of the tenure that is required, the duration that is required to get the permission and then plant? And also according to law, those who fail to safeguard the mangroves which are grown will be under punishable offense. So how will we take responsibility of this? First of all, acquiring the permission, and secondly, securing them so that we don't come under punishable offense. Thank you.
Yes, the member who raised the motion would like to answer.
So the first question is how will we
Chair, you can sit.
Sorry.
Any more contradictions? Member to extreme right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I'd like to say that mangroves take 20 to 30 years to fully mature. Like initially, it grows 1 to 5 years, but it is like a sapling. And mangroves require a large area to grow. So I don't think 20 to 30 years, I don't think one plant should grow for about 20 to 30 years. Any plant for a short-term growth.
Yes, the member who raised the motion would you like to answer.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. So, can you repeat your question again and what's the main point of the question? Are you asking that mangroves should not take 20 to 30 years? It's a natural cycle. So, what do you have in question?
Would you like to answer?
Thank you for acknowledging me. All I'm saying is for an NGO like us, we would rather focus on short-term growth rather than long-term growth. And while mangroves take 20 to 30 years to fully mature, and after fully maturing, it will help us for climate action or for any sustainability. So I don't think investing in such a long-term growth would be feasible for us right now.
I'll just answer this in one sentence. Rome wasn't built in a day.
You can take. Any more points of contradiction? Yes, member to my left.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. As my co-member mentioned, that we'll have to take the saplings from the nursery of the forest department. After we plant, the forest department the jurisdiction under that area would be monitoring the growth. So what is our role in this? We are only planting. The motion which was proposed says that the saplings will be taken from their nursery, they would be monitoring it. So what did we do? We just planted it. And secondly, many a times getting permission from forest department is a huge thing. Construction itself, which is a part of government scheme, many times forest department do not give permission to the construction department to cut a particular area because that comes under their jurisdiction. So just because they did not get permission, a road wasn't built. Us taking permission is a huge it will take a lot of time, so implementing this is a little difficult.
Any more points of? Yes, member to my right. Contradiction. The original motion.
Yeah, what he said now.
Yes, speak.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. My point is, we have a time of tenure of 1 to 2 months for doing anything, any execution of a project. We don't have a time of years. I understand what he said, Rome doesn't build in 1 year or something, but then too we have some time, some restrictions that we have to follow and we have to maintain that and we have to execute our project and everything.
Any points in support of the original motion? Urban mangrove restoration. Yes, member to my right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I would, with support, I would like to answer the questions my members asked. First of all, if we don't want to approach the forest community, we can approach the companies. I would like you to share a concept that is called as CC bomb, that is known as carbon costed bill of materials. This is provided by all the companies to the designed government organizations according to their taxes and whatever materials they use. But there is a word called carbon, which requires them to mention how much carbon footprint they create by using the materials and using whatever the services they use. So, and addition with that, they need to provide how do they reduce the carbon emission with this. So we can approach these companies who fill their carbon footprint materials, and we can approach them to tell them to help us maintain the mangrove forestation.
You can take a seat. Any more points of support? Yes.
I'd like to add on the point. Thank you for acknowledging. Okay, thank you for acknowledging.
You may sit down.
Okay. Okay. Now moving on to before moving on to next motion, let's do an exercise. When I say stand, you need to stand. When I say sit, you need to sit. Right? Or else what you can do is when I say sit, you need to stand, and when I say stand, you need to sit. Fine?
Sorry, can you repeat?
When I say stand,
Opposite.
when I say stand, you need to sit. And when I say sit, you need to stand. Stand. Sit. Stand. Sit. Sit. Stand. Sit. Stand. Stand. Sit. Sit. Stand. Sit. Stand. Sit. Stand. Sit. Stand. Stand. Sit. Sit. Stand. Sit. Stand. Sit. Sit. Sit.
Grade is not getting.
Now again we come back to the assembly. Last three motions on climate change, climate action. Any new motions on the floor? People who haven't spoke yet. Member to my left.
Thanks for the acknowledgement, Chair. I would like to propose a motion where we should install solar powered irrigation pumps that will decrease the pollution by, I'll tell how. Nowadays, the pumps that are being used mostly in the farms are, they work on rockale, they work on kerosene or petrol that emits a lot of carbon gases. और उसके वजह से बहुत सारा pollution होता है. By replacing that with solar powered irrigation pumps, it will बहुत सारे मतलब बहुत बड़ी लेवल पे हम लोग पोल्यूशन कम कर सकते हैं. Because as we know, India is a country where farming is taken very seriously, and if we introduce this plan to the farmers, and also this is very feasible because there are certain schemes that are executed by the government for the farmers, so that it is feasible for the farmers also.
Any points in support to the motion? Yes, member to my right.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. I would also suggest an alternative to solar panels. I would like to say we can explore drip irrigation as well, which is also a feasible method since there is no power that is being used for it. This can also be achieved by recycling plastic waste such as water bottles, wherein in the caps holes can be created, and these bottles can be refilled depending on the size of the bottle, they can be refilled. So there's no this can be implemented in places where the pump is not really necessary, and it overall reduces the need for watering every day, and the water can just be refilled in a week or so.
Any more points of support? Yes, member at the center.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. It is a very good initiative as it also reduces water pollution by reducing its consumption, and also it is affordable for farmers, which is nowadays we know farmers face we can say problems doing these things, so it can be really helpful for us. Thank you.
Any contradictions on the floor? Yes, member at the center.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So I agree with the motion, but the point to contradict what I have is like this thing can be done in the agricultural land. We are going to execute the projects in the Mumbai. So just a question that in Mumbai, where is it possible? Like what are all the places where we can do this actually?
Member who raised the motion would like to answer. Thank you. You can take it. Any new motions on the floor? Last two motions. Yes, member to my right.
Hello. Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, as we are aware that prevention of plastic is possible, but completely eradicating it from our lives is kind of impossible because we are so used to it in our daily lives. The government has made various steps like banning plastic bags, but it's not that effective. People have again gone to using plastic bags, and you can see plastic is a non-biodegradable substance, so it's harming the planet in a very large way. So I have a concept as a motion. So as we know that our project will last for let's say about a month, that is 4 weeks. So we have 4 weekends. So we have 4 weekends, and let's say we take a tourist spot in Mumbai, let's say Marine Drive. Okay, there are tourists coming on weekends. So my idea is sustainable as well as about awareness. How awareness? Let's say the tourists they are roaming. There are dustbins, but nobody is actually throwing it in the dustbin. Not everybody. So that's actually littering the place. Rather, we can put up a stall where we have cloth bags that when you give us your plastic waste, a certain amount of plastic waste, we will give you a cloth bag, and on the cloth bag we will print MIA logo. So this is our awareness that we have given them the cloth bag instead of the plastic bag. Plus we have a MIA logo on the bag. Now how is it sustainable? Obviously the MIA logo is printed on the bag, so they have it. Plus now they have exchanged the plastic and they have a cloth bag. So they will be using a cloth bag which is sustainable for many long duration. Thank you.
Any points in support of the motion? Any points in oppose of the motion? Yes, member Malik.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My contradiction to this point would be, if you go on Marine Drive as of now, even the humans roaming there would stop you from littering there, firstly. Secondly, raising funds just to get cloth bags printed is very senseless, क्योंकि waste of money. And marines, if you see, only near the coastals will be the litter, that will be too near to the water, and it's impossible for you, even for us, to go there and grab that. So your motion really makes no sense. Thank you.
Yes, the member who raised the motion would like to answer this. Yes.
So Marine Drive was just an example. As you know, there are other spots also. Let's say Jew Beach. You know that even though we do beach cleanups, the second day only the beaches has got dirty. This is like it's not that sustainable. I guess it's a good thing, but it's not that sustainable. Whereas if we collect the plastic from them and give them a cloth bag, we'll be creating awareness as well as sustainability. Thank you.
Any points of support in the original motion? Exchange of plastic bags with exchange of plastic with cloth bags. Any points of opposition? Any points of contradiction? Yes, member.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. I really like your project, the motion. It has really noble intentions, but it also falls short of the long-term sustainable idea which climate action needs. So yes, you will go to marine drives, you will go to Zoo Beach, you will collect the waste, you will give them cloth. But next day you will move, but कचरा वापस से होने वाला है. एंड ये तो ऐसा हो गया, आज भूख लगी, मैंने समोसा खा लिया, कल वापस भूख लग जाएगी. सो It's just like that. You also proved that in your beach cleanup idea. आज हमने बीच क्लीनअप किया, पूरा कचरा साफ किया, 500 किलो कचरा साफ किया, अगले दिन वापस से कचरा होने ही वाला है, बस हम लोग उनको क्लॉथ बैग दे रहे हैं. थैंक यू.
The member who raised the motion would like to answer.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging. So I agree to his point that वापस गंदा हो गया वो तो human tendency है, उसमें हम क्या कर सकते हैं. लेकिन I believe even one plastic bottle going in the ocean can create a huge difference. So that's why I have proposed this idea. Thank you.
Any new motions on the floor? Last motion. I want this motion to be practical, not awareness based, and feasible. Ashna, Purva, and Sonia, write the motions in message chips and send. Yes, member to my right, can read.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. I would like to raise a motion going off on the plastic that we've been talking about. Plastic is a very durable material. I don't know if you guys have noticed it. So many years in the ocean, it does not rust, it does not degrade, it does not change. It stays as it is. What we can do is, rather than giving people incentives such as cloth bags, honestly, कितने ही कपड़ों के bags रख लोगे, right? Not everybody will be able to. After a while, it's not that effective. I would suggest using the plastic that we can collect. By using that method, or in going in buildings, you can see people generate plastic waste every day. All we need to do is take it from them. We can do that, and we can compress this plastic using hydraulics and turn it into a compact material which can prove to be very strong. So this material does not rust, this material is flexible, this material is durable. It is plastic can last up to 1,000 years in the ocean. It does not biodegrade. It's a very useful material. It can be used instead of PVC, it can be used instead of other stuff. So you can create a dustbin out of that same material. It's a material that can be used in a multitude of places. It can be used for packers and movers. It's more of a general purpose material, a durable material that does not rust. And I think that's the best way of making use of plastic as of now, until we can find a way to degrade.
Any points in support of the motion? Any points in oppose of the motion? In support of the motion? Any points in support of the motion? Yes, member to my left.
Hello. Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. To support my member's point, I would like to add up that reusing plastic to make dustbins makes more sense than replacing it with cloth bags, because dustbin could help in long-term waste collection, and even if वो किसी point पे खराब भी हो जाता है तो किसी ना किसी वे में use होके वापस, as she said, कि plastic फिर से अपने ही form में चला जाएगा. तो this one makes more sense to me as compared to the cloth bag one. Thank you.
Any points of contradiction to the original motion raised? Compressing plastics with fibers. Member at the back.
Thank you, Chair, for the acknowledgement. The proposed project is really good one. We can work on it. But the thing is, hydraulics is the main thing of this project. So hydraulics, according to my knowledge, is it's not a technology, but it's a very huge mechanism. So, and it's extremely expensive as well. What will we do? I mean, how are we going to implement this? Are we going to collect the plastic, send it to some hydraulic some plant? So since the POA is quite unclear, I contradict this motion.
The member who raised the motion would like to address the point.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. as my fellow member mentioned, it can prove to be very expensive. I believe what you're thinking of is major hydraulic plants when you think of that. But until in the 4 weeks that we have for execution of this, there are smaller hydraulics machines. I believe you all guys have seen the reels, ASMR reels, where there are hydraulics used to compress random materials. That does not prove to be as expensive. There are people, there are vendors having hydraulics machines which can create this for us. And I think that's obviously in the future scope. I believe it's a approaching hydraulic plants would be a part of the future scope of my motion, but I believe we can implement this at a smaller level as of now in the 4 weeks that we have.
Fine. Sonia, I got your Purva and Ashna. After this, we'll conclude the climate change agenda and we'll start with voting. Till the time Ashna and Pooja are writing their motions, Sonia, I would like you to explain the motion.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So the motion I would like to raise is to distribute the kits which contains the ORS, caps or water bottles or small solar fans to the rickshaw drivers or the street vendors or the traffic cops which are there in the main peak time where the summers are there, like May, June ki time mein. And the other one which I told was to install the drop boxes for old batteries in like colleges, college to campus, so that we can collect it and then give it to the proper e-waste collectors so that it can be recycled.
Ashna, please explain your motion in summarized way.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So the motion that I raised for climate action now was green infrastructure for flood resilience, especially in a city like Bombay. कितना भी romanticize कर लो रील को तकलीफ तो देती है end of the day, especially for those who travel daily as well as those who living in an area as well as to those who are living in the area जहाँ पे बहुत easily flood हो जाता है because of bad drainage system and everything. So my solution to this problem is we implement urban rainwater harvesting in the urban areas as it will reduce the external water supply and shortage of water भी कम होगा. And for the slum areas, I suggest the idea of using green rooftops because except Dharavi, बाकी slums में AC नहीं होता. तो उनको बहुत गर्मी लगती है तो इट्स हाई टाइम दैट वी शुड टेक एन एक्शन फॉर दैट बिकॉज जितना बॉम्बे की रेन हैवी होती है उससे ज्यादा गर्मी हैवी होती है बिकॉज ह्यूमिडिटी इज ऑलवेज इन एक्शन हियर सो दैट इज माय आइडिया थैंक यू
Purva, would you like to explain your motion in a minute?
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. The motion that I have raised is to work on waste segregation at ground levels. So we have often seen that the local MLAs, they often hand over two separate dustbins to collect, to segregate waste at home. But when it's collected in the BMC waste collection van, all of it is put together in that one van itself. So what is the use of segregating it at home? So what we would be working on is see to it that the collection of the waste that is segregated takes place in that respective space. So we will be targeting institutions let's say police stations or fire stations and cooperative housing societies. E-waste, dry waste, and wet waste are the three categories. And we'll contact some local collection, like vendors who can collect the waste, or even rag pickers, and we'll take it to the local dumping ground. But the main motto is working on that the different vans are present and they collect the waste differently.
Now coming to the voting part, the first motion was recycling of unused papers from used books. Members in support of the motion say yay. Members in oppose of the motion say nay.
Nay.
Motion not passed. I'm repeating it again. Everyone needs to participate in the voting. Recycling the unused papers of used books. Second motion, painting roofs of slum houses. Members in support of the motion say yay.
Yay.
Members in oppose of the motion say nay.
Nay.
Members in support of the motion raise your placards. Members in oppose raise your placards. Motion passed. Next motion was plastic bottle recycling, where we contact Bisler and move on with plan of action. Members in support of the motion say yay.
Yay.
Members in oppose of the motion say nay.
Nay.
Motion not passed. Next motion was of collaboration, but as because this is not to do collaborations, we will not be able to take this motion into consideration. Next motion was adoption of parks or lakes. Members in favor of this motion raise your cards. Members in oppose raise your cards. Motion not passed. Next motion is rehabilitation of organisms and animals. Members in support of this motion raise your cards. Members in oppose. Motion not passed. Next motion was urban mangrove restoration. Members in support of this motion raise your placards. Members in oppose raise your placards. Motion not passed. Next motion, solar powered irrigation pumps / drip irrigation. Members in support of this motion raise your cards. Members in oppose, please raise your cards up high. Members in support of the motion raise your cards. Members in oppose raise your cards. Motion not passed. Next motion was exchange of plastic with cloth bags. Members in support of this motion raise your cards. Members in oppose raise your cards. Motion not passed. Next motion is compressing plastics with hydraulics.
Members in support of this motion, raise your placards. Members in oppose, motion not passed. Next motion is to distribute kits with ORS, caps, water bottles, solar fans to rickshaw drivers, street vendors, and traffic cops in the month of May and June, which is peak heat time. Members in support of this motion, raise your placards. Members in oppose, motion not passed. Installation of drop boxes for old batteries in 10 colleges, in 10 college campus, and give it to authorized e-waste collectors. Members in support of this motion, install drop boxes for old batteries in 10 college campuses and give it to the authorized e-waste collectors. Members in support of this motion, raise your placards. Members in oppose, motion to raise and implement an effective waste management system in institutions, housing societies. E-waste, dry waste, and wet waste should be segregated. Main highlight is collection. We would be part of collection, and where we make sure that the waste is collected safely. Members in the support of this motion, raise your placards. Members in oppose, the last motion. Green infrastructure for flood resilience. Project will include implementation of urban rainwater harvesting to reduce water storage and green rooftops in slum areas to decrease the heat stress. Members in support of this motion, raise your placards. Members in oppose, I need everyone to take part in the voting. Members in support with the motion, raise your placards. Members in oppose. Okay. We have a 5-minute break till 3:50. We'll sharp start the session for 3 minutes. 5 minutes.
So, Mumbai, the city of dreams, is also the city of stark inequalities. Despite being India's financial capital, 20% of 20% of the Mumbai's population lives, which is around 25 lakh people, still don't have access to basic amenities which they need. The largest slum, Dharavi, which is a house for more than 1 million people. Yet many of them aren't able to are not below the poverty line. Uh, sorry. I'll just conclude the speech by saying one thing. To combat poverty, we need sustainable solutions, affordable housing, better employment, and improved access to education and healthcare. Mumbai must ensure that the prosperity is shared and it leaves no one behind. Thank you.
Any more speeches on the floor? Yes, I'm going to write.
Right, Chair. Thank you, Chair, for giving me this opportunity to give the opening speech for poverty. So basically, poverty is a very serious problem that affects millions of people around the world in Bombay. Obviously, we are talking about Bombay over here, and it means not having enough money to buy food, clothes, and qualify for education. So we need to talk a lot about on that. So this is it for it.
One last opening speech. The member at the back. Right one.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, Mumbai, often called the city of dreams, is home to obviously richest as well as poorest. On one hand, it is the financial capital, where boosting skyscrapers and villas. On the other hand, nearly 42% of its population lives in slums, with limited access to clean water, healthcare, and education. Places like Dharavi, one of Asia's largest slums, are daily reminders of stark contrasts in a society. But poverty isn't just about lack of money, it is about lack of opportunity. It's about a child in Govandi walking miles to a school, or a street mentor in Kurla working 40 hours a day just to survive. So poverty affects health, dreams, and dignity. And yet, amid these all struggles, there is still a resilience and untapped potential. Thank you.
So any motions on the floor? Member to my right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So I would like to propose for starting slum startups like entrepreneurship incubator by helping some youth to turn their talents like cooking, arts, sewing into micro business. Now let's see how it will work. Providing business training plus some amount of money as starter kits and create a local market they fair to sell their products and help them list services on social platforms. So how it is a long term impact? It will help them as a self sustained income and provide local entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Can you please summarize your motion? One or two points.
It is basically providing slum startups of like micro entrepreneurship incubators.
Members in support of this point. Members in oppose of this point. Yes, member at the back.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. As the member stated the motion that we try to do the entrepreneurship incubator, but as we know, even in entrepreneurship, we need a capital, like starting fund. How will we be able to provide that? As being an NGO, how are we responsible for providing that to everyone?
Any more points of contradiction? Any points of support? Any new motions on the floor? Except these four people? Anyone? Member to the right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. As we know, street vendors nowadays are contributing good portion of economy, and also few of them are attracting people by their innovative and creative ways. But recently, I have noticed in Taco Village and Ghatkobar Khawgoli that stalls has been demolished by BMC, and it has left street vendor without a source of income. So my motion is that NGOs should play an active role in advocating for supporting street vendors which are displaced due to some reasons, ensuring they have access to designated vending space and legal protection.
Any points in support to the motion? Any points in contradict to the motion? Member to my right.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, sir. So, if you're talking about Thakur village, you might have also noticed that traffic is an increasingly big problem in the area, and this is primarily due to the road being occupied by street food stalls and hawkers who are illegally occupying the roads. And while there are places and there are government areas allocated for them to place the stalls, they are still running them on the main road, which is causing traffic problems. So, why should the NGO support them?
Any more points in contradiction? Yes, member to my sector.
Yeah, thank you for the acknowledgement. In short, I just want to say here, NGO cannot go against BMC rules.
The member who has raised the motion, would you like to answer?
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. As my fellow mate has said that it is causing traffic, yeah, I have considered it. Therefore, we are not saying that we only this place should be for street vendors, but we can urge them to provide some designated places, and government has made some rights for it, which can, for example, Act 2014. That means government has also acknowledged them, and we can urge them to like displace them in a very we can say good place. And okay, can it be repeated?
Now, may you take your seat. Any more points in support of the motion? Any points in contradiction? Member to my left.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. The fact that BMC demolished or displaced the street vendors was because it's illegal. It's illegal to occupy roads which are actually meant for the movement of the vehicles. That is why the BMC did so. So we cannot really go against it because that itself is already illegal. Secondly, my member also mentioned that they should be displaced to some places which are designated only for them. So since this is unclear plan of action, what places are available right now where we can displace them should be mentioned so that it can be implemented. So since it's unclear and illegal, I contradict it.
Any new motions on the floor? Member to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. My motion that I would like to propose for no poverty is that we provide free skill development access and uh, free vocational training to the youth in low income communities like areas like Govandi and outskirts of Bombay जहाँ से travel करना इतना easy नहीं होता. So in that areas they want to get out of that areas because वहाँ पे उनके लिए sufficient opportunities नहीं है. But if we create opportunities for them where they can learn vocational skills and they can develop their skill set, so it would be better for them as well as we can train them, we can make them financially literate as well as access, provide them access to micro loans if some wants to, if they need it. My main reason raising this motion is I belong to a place जहाँ पे ये सब लेना like it's not accessible, so I have to travel daily, so I know the pain behind this. So just to make this basic skill set development more accessible, this would be a good idea. Thank you.
Any points in support of this motion? Yes, member to my right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I would like to add on to this with an example. Let's say we have 15 to 20 people and we teach them the skill of tailoring something. It gives them an opportunity, like my fellow member mentioned, that there are less opportunities. This gives them to create an opportunity for themselves. Maybe the 15, 20 people themselves can start something with the tailoring skills they've gotten. This in turn, as it grows, if it does, would create more employment opportunities for people in that area as well, and also motivate other people to learn up or pick up some skill.
Any points in support of this motion? Any points in contradiction? Okay. I would request Amok to come and sit on the second table. Now, Rudra, please shift one table, sir. One chair. Any new motions on the floor? Member in the extreme back.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. Since we all know that there are many schemes already set up by the government for to eradicate poverty, like Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, Manrega, all is there. But the thing is, they do not really reach poor, and even if they do, the internal politics does not let it get successful. So to eradicate this to actually eradicate poverty from ground level, we can start giving opportunities to local people. For example, like my fellow co-members in the assembly said, example tailoring. So if a woman already knows how to tailor, because we have often seen they have sewing machines at home, but they are only used for household purposes. So we can give them access to a large local market or set up a small shop and give them access to, we provide them with some funding initially so they can set up their business. And in this group, we can involve other women or other men who want to go forward with their business idea. So it's basically providing a market to business idea from the poor section. Thank you.
Member, I would like you to summarize your point.
So the point is providing a market to the poor people, and so that to provide them access to the global market, basically.
What is your proposed plan of action?
Thank you. The proposed plan of action tentatively being, first of all, finding what skill set that already exists, example tailoring, And if it doesn't, we can these simple 6 skills like tailoring, and we can identify more. We can teach them. We can raise funds or use the funds to set up a small shop or a roof under which they can sell their so-called garments if they have made anything. And it can also be a small handkerchief, but providing, like, giving them market for their products is more important so it reaches to a global level.
Any points in support of this motion? Any points in oppose of this motion? Member to the center.
Thank you for the acknowledgement. So providing market to the people. My question is कितने लोग को provide कर पाएंगे अपन? कितने लोग को?
Member, I asked for any contradictions.
So that is this one is a contradiction.
I did ask you to raise a question.
I am just telling you how can we place market for so many people? Providing markets, we will only run out of money.
Member who raised the motion will like to answer.
So, thank you for the recognition, Chair. The question raised is right. So, for this, it's not possible to provide market to every person. It's not possible, definitely, in the limited tenure that we have. But we can definitely target one particular area and work on it. So we'll identify people who have already some small startups or they are good at a particular skill. And if that skill can be brought into business market, so we'll help them with that. That is the thing.
Any more points of contradiction? Yes, member to the right.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Chair. So my contradiction is that if we are providing poor people with specific skill sets the access to the global market, then global markets largely work on mass production. They work not on tailoring individually, but using automated machines for making those same garments. How will we ensure that these individuals, poor individuals with their specific skill sets, meet the demand of the global industry? And will they even be able to match the standards that are set already?
The member who raised this motion would like to answer to the contradiction.
Thank you for the recognition. I completely understand that providing a global market means doing something on a large scale. But let's say we are here to come up with solutions for poverty. So if we have identified a particular group that has some idea or a small, if they have some skill set, by providing business, I meant to say that will help the business get recognition. So even if it's a small business of doing handmade handbags, so will help in giving recognition to that particular skill so that people can buy these handbags and some kind of income is generated. So it will help in addition for the income to that person.
Any more points of contradiction? Yes, number to my right.
Hello. Thank you for the acknowledgement. May I please answer the question? May I please contradict the previous point?
Yes.
Okay. So, like my fellow member mentioned, that we are going to provide small businesses with the opportunity to gain recognition on a global market level. But how are we, as members of this assembly, going to ensure that small businesses get the recognition at a global level? Because again, that is completely out of scope for our NGO's aim today here. I don't think it aligns with our motives for today. That's all. Thank you.
Any new motions on the floor? Any new motions on the floor? Yes, member to the center.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So as we have been discussing earlier about the skills or anything else, but the major thing which also comes nowadays still in the poverty that some people in slums still sleep without eating food. They don't get food also. So I would like to raise the motion related to this, where we can build a small app or any survey kind of things where the tiffin services or the hotels which have extra food left or which is access to in them which they throw. So instead of throwing, they can put food there, and later the students or the coordinate staffs can pick up that food and distribute it to the slum people. Thank you.
Any points in support of the motion? Any points in contradiction to the motion? Member to my left.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. What a loophole I find here is that let's talk about hotels. So we'll come to know that the food is left in a particular hotel at the end of the day. I mean, food hotels close let's say around 11:30 the max. After that, we'll come to know if the food is left or not. So after that, we'll collect it and then provide it to the people. That makes no sense to for this. And providing leftover food is not right. I mean, even they are humans, they deserve the food like of good quality. So actually implementing this is a little skeptical.
Member who has raised the motion, would you like to say something? Sure.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. Yes, I agree to the point कि hotels gets closed at 11:30, so उसके बाद लेके जाना is a problem. And by leftover, I don't mean कि लोगों ने जो खा के छोड़ा है. Some the food which is prepared extra, जो कि which is not being able to serve to the people. वो food की बात हो रही है where I refer to the leftover foods.
Member, would you like to contradict?
Thanks for the recognition. So thanks for the
The floor is
clarification.
open to debate.
So thanks for the clarification that was given by the member, and it's about the food left in the kitchen of the hotel. But even if we talk about then, even after that, how will we actually implement this? Because it's quite. Let's talk about this practically. The food left after 11:30, and let's say the food is fresh, but it's left. How will we take this to the people, and how will we know that this person was not fed? This person is hungry.
Okay, so basically what I told is that we will go in slums. A very like people who don't get food often. Like we can go directly, we can go there and serve them. Not conducting the surveys or ऐसे कि किसी people को जिनको खाना नहीं मिल रहा है या conducting survey. Basically there are people on street जिनको खाना नहीं मिलता है. We will serve them. I need to say that.
So this is just like ending hunger, not poverty.
Yeah, I mean hunger, but it is one of the factor in ending the poverty, right?
So you will go after 11:30. You will collect the food from the hotel, and then you will go.
Okay, so why not? Why not? Because everyone deserves food here.
So if a person is already sleeping,
I would like your vote to conclude.
Okay.
So okay, go ahead. So I would like to conclude by saying that if a person has enough food or did not have food is already asleep. If we talk about practical implementation, the aspect that collecting food from hotels and then feeding the poor does not make sense at all. So I don't think this can be implemented.
Okay, so this was not only about the hotels, it was also about the tiffin services, also about the people who can help the slum peoples, can register to the app, and then we can serve to the people which are still hungry. Even after it's 12 o'clock, doesn't matter. Thank you.
Is anyone in support or contradict to the motion? Please state if you are supporting or contradicting. Member to my right.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. In my college, I've already worked on such projects, and our faculty has informed us that there are NGOs like Akshay Patra and all working towards food specialty, and also talking about caterers. They already are tied up with NGOs, so as soon as functions get over, they call the NGO and the NGO comes to pick up. So stale food is not delivered. And tiffin services also has their contact. Obviously, you wouldn't one night get up and just go and eat from someone else. एक भरोसा रहता है कि किसके हाथ का खाना खाते हैं. So that's also a point I would like to make. Thank you.
Any more motions on the floor? Last two motions. Any motions on the floor regarding no poverty? Member to my left.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So, yes, low-cost housing using eco-friendly materials is my motion. So we can use a new kind of material is used nowadays in the market. It's known as Adobe bricks. It's very light and it's very cheap, but it is very durable. So using such material, we can build houses for the needy people. It costs around 15,000 to 20,000 rupees per house, which can be which is manageable, and it will create an impact in a family's life.
What was the title of it?
Low-cost housing and low-cost housing using eco-friendly materials.
Any points in support of this motion? Yes, member Mary.
Hello. Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. I would like to add that this has been implemented in Delhi. Near a Gurudwara in a garden, they have built up tents, and langar food has been provided to the homeless people staying in those tents. It provides a shelter in the night for people to stay over. When there is heat, there is rains. I think it's, if not permanent housing, I think a temporary setup can be done to help people get shelters in different climate situations and otherwise.
Any more points in support of the motion? Any points in contradiction? Member to the extreme right.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So I would like to contradict the original motion that was building structures out of these would be helpful because it is of cheaper rate. But how will this help in ending poverty? Poverty is on basic things like good clothing, good food, or a shelter. As my fellow member mentioned, that these provide you with permanent shelter. Okay, fine. For how many days? For a few days, for 5 days, for 1 week. But this is not the ultimate solution for ending poverty because this will help you build structures at a lower rate, but not fill your stomach. Thank you.
Any more points in contradiction? Yes, member at the back.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. My fellow co-member said that we'll help them build houses using the bricks that was mentioned. The fact that BMC right now itself is demolishing illegal houses which are built by the poor people already. Now we will help them build actually. So on what land will we build? How will we know that? How will we confirm the legalities of that particular area? So who will give us the permission to do so? Because building a house is almost like it's permanent. So who will give us the permission? Because it comes under BMC.
Member who has raised the motion, you have to answer. Yes.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So my motion was never about providing land also to the needy people. Buying a land and building a house are two different tasks. Both need money. So if a person is needy and is kind of in a financial crunch, he might be not able to build a house. So if someone has a land, we can subsidize the house making cost. That's what my motion was.
Okay. Member, would you like to address it?
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. I contradict the point mentioned by the member that building a house and acquiring land are two different things. House is built on a land, so a land is necessary to build a particular house. Now, if we are talking about poor people, right? So, if a poor person has the money to buy a land, why will he just buy and keep it? So, the fact that we'll only target people who have a land and then they cannot build a house, this does not make sense. If a person has money to buy a land, then there might be a reason by which the land was taken. Thank you.
The member who has raised the motion, do you have a proposed plan of action? Okay. One last motion for the assembly. Any motions on the floor? Raise some cards up high. Yes, member in center.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Chair. So I would like to raise the motion where we distribute the good condition uniforms, or basically we take the clothes or whatever the things which are in need from the other people and then distribute it to the peoples in slums and the kids, whoever feel like they have the need to it.
Any points in support of the motion? Any points in contradiction? Yes, member to my left.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. When it comes to distributing clothes, हम daily life में अपने घर के maid को भी कपड़े देते हैं, तो why do you think we should go to different people asking for waste clothes? Wouldn't that be waste of time as well as efforts? Because हमारे आजू बाजू इतने needy होते हैं तो हम उनको regular basis पे ही देते हैं, तो why would people keep at their home and wait for a moment someone comes to ask for it?
The member who has raised the motion would like to answer.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, firstly, if अगर हम अपने mates को भी देते हैं, so that is also one kind of help which we do towards poverty. Secondly, I am not saying कि जमा करके रखो and then दो. When someone comes, अगर तुम्हारे पास है, then you give it, which is a help. Thank you.
Would you like to answer it back? Yes.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So my take on this would be कि main reason is poverty, right? And कपड़े अगर हम used ही ले रहे हैं, even in good condition, but at some point it doesn't make sense because कपड़े तो आ ही जाते हैं कहीं से भी. The main need for is like poverty कहाँ से हट गई, कपड़े कहाँ से sense बन रहा. And even though you said कि हम दे रहे regular basis पे कोई आए, तो if someone has a trust, like for example, किसी के घर में एक maid है जो 10 years से कर रही है, और वो उनको regular basis पे दे रहे हैं, so why would they give it to us rather than them?
Would you like to answer? Yeah, the floor is open for debate.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, for
Just for 2
acknowledging me.
minutes.
Okay. So basically, अगर लोगों का देना नहीं देना ही अपने ऊपर, it's completely their choice. अभी भी when we go for asking the funds, देना है तो देते हैं, नहीं देना है तो नहीं देते, because they say भाई रोड पे भी तो लोग हैं जिनको देना होता है तो देंगे. And distributing a single piece of clothes, क्या फर्क पड़ता है, doesn't matter. Still there are people जिनके पास कपड़े नहीं है पहनने के लिए. Slums में भी there are kids which roam without clothes. So giving a cloth, मतलब it is a very big factor. भले बाद में जाके it drains whatever happens, but कुछ time के लिए भी it affects as a help.
Okay, I partially agree to this point that कुछ time तक it does affect, but still distributing clothes when there are bigger issues and poverty is still considered less because कपड़े कोई खुद से खरीद भी देता है specifically in आज के time में, but देना is not that common. वो भी किसी ऐसे लेवल पे जो हम goals and हमारे plans बहुत strategically सोच रहे हैं, तो उस लेवल के लिए कपड़े very smaller step.
Okay, I agree that
Okay,
the smaller.
members, you can conclude your points.
Okay, so my point of conclusion would be that there are bigger things that need attention in terms of poverty, and distributing clothes is a very minor one जो हम daily basis पे बहुत ज़्यादा करते हैं, तो this doesn't require that of an action कि हम MY में इसको include कर सकें. Thank you.
Okay, so in conclusion, I would say that yes, I partially agree to that point. It is not a big thing to do in MY, but somewhere doing a smaller effort also matters. So thank you.
Okay. Now coming to the conclusion of this agenda, the voting session. Is everyone active?
Yes.
So the first motion was micro entrepreneurship incubator. Members in support of this motion say yay. Members in oppose say nay.
Nay.
Motion not passed. Helping the roadside, that is street vendors. Members in support of this motion say yay.
Yay.
Members in oppose say nay.
Nay.
Members in support raise your placards. Members in oppose raise your placards. Motion not passed. Free vocational training to develop their own skill set in outskirts of Mumbai. Members in support of this motion say yay.
Yay.
Members in oppose say nay.
Yay.
Members in support raise your placards. Members in oppose raise your placards. It is a tie. Motion passed. Providing market to poor people, giving them access to global market. Members in support of this motion say yay.
Yay.
Members in oppose say nay.
Nay.
Building of an app for the leftover food from the hotels. Members in support of this motion say yay.
Yay.
Members in oppose say nay.
Nay.
Members in support raise your placards. Raise your placards up high. Members in oppose raise your placards. Motion not passed. Low cost housing. What was the title of your motion?
Low cost housing with
Eco-friendly bricks. Low cost housing with eco-friendly bricks. Members in support of this motion say yay. Members in oppose say nay.
Nay.
Motion not passed. The last motion of the assembly as well as session. Distribution of clothes. Collection and distribution of clothes. Members in support of this motion say yay.
Yay.
Members in oppose say nay.
Nay.
Motion not passed. Thank you. Now we have one more. We have one more motion for housing/family planning. This motion is raised by Rochelle. Rochelle, would you like to explain it? Please explain it in a minute.
Thank you, Chair, for acknowledging me. So, India as a developing country, I feel is far away from eradicating poverty completely, but we can try to reduce it, especially as youth working in this domain. We can try to reduce it. We must have heard of the saying that you can take the horse to drink water, but you can't make it drink it. So, we know that the causes of poverty in Mumbai especially are housing infra, food, lack of food, overcrowding, and unemployment. Out of this, housing infra and food are caused due to lack of financial planning, and overcrowding can be caused due to family planning. We could select a group of individuals or an area where we believe that the density of population is very high in compared to the ratio of the land, and we could educate them about this. Thank you.
Members in support of this motion say yay.
Yay.
Members in oppose say nay.
Nay.
Members in support raise your placards. Raise your placards up high. Up high like this. Members in oppose raise your placards. Motion passed. Okay. Folks, now we have voting. Voting is done by completely members. There is a nomination, and I'll tell you there are 5 positions. First position is chairperson projects. Second position is vice chair 1. Third position is vice chair 2. Similarly, vice chair 3 and vice chair 4. These 5 positions are elected today. Any member who wishes to nominate themselves can nominate. Anyone wishes to be chair, person projects, or vice chair can raise their placards. To explain the role of chairperson projects and vice chairs, okay, I'll explain. Chairperson projects is the one who is responsible for concluding the assembly. How will we conclude the assembly? The assembly will be concluded when the project gets completed. आज तो मैं conclude कर दूंगा, but assembly will Mumbai with assembly season 2 will be completed when project is completed and we impact on real life, on people, we impact. So chairperson projects and other vice chairs, they obviously get their perks, but they have some roles and responsibilities which they need to follow. The members who wish to nominate themselves can raise their placards. I'll ask OC to collect the raised placards. Based on the activeness and the points that members keep, chair table also nominates some of the members who are good enough. Chair table nominates Karan Bist. Second is Soumya Naidu. Third is Mansi Karambala. Purva Gade. And Manasri Gupta. Mansi Gupta, sorry. I request जिनके भी प्लग कार्ड्स यहाँ पे आए हैं सब लोग आगे आए.
थोड़ा पीछे रखना, कैमरा में नहीं आएंगे।
Folks coming. Somen. Please come home. Karan.
अच्छा को बोल।
Hello.
What is this?
The project goes successfully, we will be getting that 80%.
प्रयाग आईटी शुरू हो गया क्या 4:30
वो जो बाहर नीचे मस्ती वाला एकदम कौन सा वाला मेरे फोन में भी फोटो
Same there. Bye bye.